diner, this is hell's canteen, where your last meal's a latte and regrets the cream. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time.
Blood on the menu, coffee served blacker than a night raid. Knives out, silverware sharper than a switchblade. Cops on the block, sniffing scents like a bloodhound. Sharp lines drawn where dreams get gunned down.
Orders come quick, whispers in the steam rising. Crooked deals brew, truth drowning, no compromise. In this cafe and quaint, it's a scene out of nightmares. Mugs clink, but the sounds laced with despair. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time. Menacing the code, specials written in blood. Today's dish, betrayal, served with a grudge. Dago in the back, flipping pancakes with a snarl. Bullet holes in the walls, paint a mural that's dark. Customers in shadows, faces blurred like a dream. Conversations and whispers, plotting schemes unseen. This ain't your local diner, this is hell's canteen, where your last meal's a latte and regrets the cream. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time.
Blood on the menu, coffee served blacker than a night raid. Knives out, silverware sharper than a switchblade. Cops on the block, sniffing scents like a bloodhound. Sharp lines drawn where dreams get gunned down.
Orders come quick, whispers in the steam rising. Crooked deals brew, truth drowning, no compromise. In this cafe and quaint, it's a scene out of nightmares. Mugs clink, but the sounds laced with despair. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time. Menacing the code, specials written in blood. Today's dish, betrayal, served with a grudge. Dago in the back, flipping pancakes with a snarl. Bullet holes in the walls, paint a mural that's dark. Customers in shadows, faces blurred like a dream. Conversations and whispers, plotting schemes unseen. This ain't your local diner, this is hell's canteen, where your last meal's a latte and regrets the cream. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time.
Blood on the menu, coffee served blacker than a night raid. Knives out, silverware sharper than a switchblade. Cops on the block, sniffing scents like a bloodhound. Sharp lines drawn where dreams get gunned down.
Orders come quick, whispers in the steam rising. Crooked deals brew, truth drowning, no compromise. In this cafe and quaint, it's a scene out of nightmares. Mugs clink, but the sounds laced with despair. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time. Menacing the code, specials written in blood. Today's dish, betrayal, served with a grudge. Dago in the back, flipping pancakes with a snarl. Bullet holes in the walls, paint a mural that's dark. Customers in shadows, faces blurred like a dream. Conversations and whispers, plotting schemes unseen. This ain't your local diner, this is Hell's Canteen, where your last meal's a latte and regrets the cream. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time.
Blood on the menu, coffee served blacker than a night raid. Knives out, silverware sharper than a switchblade. Cops on the block, sniffing scents like a bloodhound. Sharp lines drawn where dreams get gunned down.
Orders come quick, whispers in the steam rising. Crooked deals brew, truth drowning, no compromise. In this cafe and quaint, it's a scene out of nightmares. Mugs clinked, but the sounds laced with despair. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time. Menacing the code, specials written in blood. Today's dish, betrayal, served with a grudge. Dago in the back, flipping pancakes with a snarl. Bullet holes in the walls, paint a mural that's dark. Customers in shadows, faces blurred like a dream. Conversations and whispers, plotting schemes unseen. This ain't your local diner, this is Hell's Canteen, where your last meal's a latte and regrets the cream. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time.
What up, what up? Welcome back to the cafe, folks. We are open for business. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. I hope you all had a great day today. An amazing day. And I hope you're all having an amazing weekend too. Guys, wow. What the actual hell? That's all I can say. And you're about to see if you haven't seen it yet, which I'm sure you have. But wow. Did Bryan see into his future and write his own story? Because it sure as hell seems to be that way, folks. That's what I'm seeing. We got new photographs to be looking into, folks, and definitely a discussion about this situation here, and then some. So thank you guys so much for joining me back in Idaho. Here we are. Hit the like button. Please share this out if you will. I greatly appreciate it all. Every one of you guys. Let everybody know what we're doing tonight. Hit the like button, share it out, and, well, let's do this thing if we can. Thank you very much. All right, all right. Welcome back, everybody. Again, thank you so much for joining us today, guys. What a crazy day. My internet's been out since last night. Came back on about 4 o'clock this morning, roughly, and went back out 15 minutes later, and it's been out all day until about 5:30. So I had to watch this, I guess you call it a football game, with an antenna, and it was horrible. It was the worst game I've ever seen. This was horrible. So I really need to be in here with you guys after seeing that. That was pathetic. But anyway, I'm grateful to be able to be here with you guys. And I'm sorry I missed everybody last night and this morning. But here we are now, and that's all that matters. So come on in, grab a seat. Please make sure that you hit that like button, if you would, and share this out and let everybody know what we're doing in here. Please, please, please. Come on in, guys. Come on in and get comfortable. Man, I was pissed about that damn game. All I could do is again and again and again through the whole thing. I thought my neighbor was going to call the cops on me. Yelling and yelling, yelling. That's all I was doing was yelling. Come on in. And y'all, we got some crazy shit to look into tonight. Says, what the hell is going on in this case? For real. Alabama, state in Alabama. They were supposed to go to Florida. They didn't make it there, folks. I don't know what happened. I don't know why. All I'm going to say is it was the first game, so I'll let it go. They better never play that way again. But yeah. After looking through what I got to look through a little bit of this today, guys. Finally, I was going through some of this on my phone earlier, and what the hell is going on? Like, we got photographs to check out here from Bryan's apartment. Guys, when you see these papers, if you haven't seen this yet, what in the actual hell? This is nuts. This is crazy. Truly, the title that I wrote here, did Bryan see into his own future and write his own damn story? Because it truly is coming off to look that way. In some aspect. You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's wild. Truly wild. Grab a seat, guys. Get comfortable because you're going to need to be comfortable on this one. Grab a cup of Joe, coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Please come in, sit down, have a conversation with me. I threw the link in the top of the chat. Anybody wants to pop up and voice your opinions on this once we get through it, you're please welcome to. Eddie, of course. Always love to have you. It looks like B-Man's in the house. Josie Joe, what is going on? Good to see you tonight. I'm getting fruity. I've been fruity, dear. Kent Corbett, good to see him. Mama D, and welcome back. Thank you for your email, by the way. I got it. And yes, ma'am, it is time to revisit that case as well. We covered the Noah Presgrove case a long time ago. Mama Bear and I both were pretty into that one. I haven't heard a word about it. So I'm going to go back and do an update on that one, guys, and light that one back up here pretty soon. Jesse Stargazing, good to see you. Mega Star Meg P, welcome back to you, Miss your girl. Great to see you as well. Virginia Wolf, my brother, always happy to have you here. Miss Joanne, welcome, welcome, welcome. Kent Corbett, good to see you, my friend. You got your juice. What's new? Good to see you, sir. Miss Dory keeps on swimming, and here she is again. I appreciate you very much. Curious Rose, welcome back to you. Need some Z's? Welcome back. I hope you're awake for this one because you need to be. Let me see here. Miss Paula, always happy to see you. Nana Cow, welcome back to you as well. It's not my power, Nana. It's the internet. The internet company is horrible. It is very, very bad. Anybody that ever, either if you have it, don't get rid of it if you can. And if you don't have it, never get Optimum. That's the only thing they offer out here where I live in the boondocks. And it goes out. You can sneeze and your internet goes out. It's insane. Angel D, what is going on, Miss Angel? Good to see you. Miss Tandy, welcome back to you. Let's see here. Miss Meg, always happy to have Meg in the house. Rach, welcome back to you, Miss Rach. Busy Cake visiting around in here. Welcome back to you. Speaking of with it, mods, remind me to get with you guys because I have a question for you. And of course, our friend Eddie is in the house. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Eddie. Lisa Winchester, great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Let me see. Debbie Ann, wonderful to see you again tonight. I think I got an email from you as well. Thank you so much. Hold on. Tomboy Charm. There's our Tomboy. Good to see you. Beach Babe, welcome back to you. CJAG 1K, good to have you in the house. K Bats. Miss Katie's in the house. Good to see you, Katie. Thank you for being here. Glenn, welcome back. And of course, the lovely Miss Canadian Cat Lady, always happy to see you. Thank you for being here with us tonight. As always, grateful to see you. It's never healthy to go a day without hanging with all you awesome people because it throws me into a bit of a depression because I love doing this with you guys. I truly and honestly do. Missy Jane, welcome back. Good to see you tonight. Summer Jade. Miss Kehoe actually made it. Great to see you all the way from Ireland. I love it. Great to see you, Charlotte. Thank you for joining us. Come on in, go grab a seat. Get comfortable. We got some crazy stuff to look at tonight. We got some more pictures released. We got pictures of Brian's apartment, and wow. I have never said what the F. Yeah. No, I got you, Mama D. I got it. We did that too when we looked at that case. I'm telling you. Crazy stuff. Crazy, crazy. Yes, that is Eddie. One maiden nut. What? Whoa. At least I didn't say what I said before. One maiden nut is Eddie. Yes, ma'am. Mystica, welcome. Good to have you here. Oh, no worries. I appreciate you listening, looking, whatever you're doing. I appreciate you being here. Oh yeah, them was the old days. You're right. Come on in and grab a seat, folks. Edward, welcome back, my friend. Good to see you tonight.
Good evening, Dago. Thanks for having me up.
Every time, anytime, buddy. How are you today?
Doing well. Did you say your team lost?
Oh my God, that's not even Eddie. It wasn't even a game. I've never seen. They were on like I can't remember how many, but they've won like every game for the past. They were pretty much undefeated. And the first game of the season, Florida State's not like the best team, but they're good. And it was so bad, I don't even want to talk about it. It was really bad. I think we lost. They beat us 37-17. I think that was the score. That's unheard of for Alabama. I'm sorry. But yeah, it was bad, bud. Really bad.
I'm sorry to hear.
Well, I appreciate it. And this will make my night better, obviously, being here. But oh, that's nice, Debbie. Thank you so much. Yeah, a lot of people do love listening to Eddie's feelings and thoughts on this case because he uses his brain. That's a good point. And it's always very interesting what his thoughts and feelings are on this. So I appreciate that, Debbie, as I'm sure he does as well.
Dago, I have something to say. As soon as you're, done welcoming.
Yeah. I'm just checking with everybody. Make sure I got everybody. I don't want to miss anybody. But yeah, I'm 100%, bud. Let me double check here real quick. And I missed you guys. I'm sorry about last night. Like I said, it went out. It rained here for a while, and then it went out. I called. They said that a transformer went down and it took down part of a grid station or something. And I'm like, okay. It's always an excuse with you guys. And it didn't. They said it'll be back on in the morning. It came back on at like 3:54 or something. I heard everything go poof, with the Jesus criminy. Not the electric, but the modem kicks off and on, and I can hear it. It's weird. And it kicked back on, and the TV in the back popped back on is what happened. And I knew it was on, and it woke me up. And so I turned everything on. I was awake, and I threw something in Discord. So it just came back on, and it went off literally 15 minutes later. and it was off all day again until about, like I said, 5:15, 5:30, something like that. So I wasn't able to come in here, but I'm here now. And my apologies for last night and this morning, folks. Lisa Winchester, I did see you. Good to see you. Come on in, guys. 101 peeps in the house, 46 likes. We can do a little better, can't we? Miss Charlene, welcome back to you. Of course, Miss Angel D. Good to see you. All right, Eddie, what do you got, buddy? I think I caught everybody.
Okay, so this isn't easy to say. It's not bad, but you'll be able to see in a minute why it's kind of a struggle to say. But I think it's necessary that it has to be said. I kind of have said in the past similar, but well, here it goes. So at this point, if someone is still of the opinion that it is possible Bryan is guilty of perpetrating this crime and observes all of the red flags in this case, in other words, they hold those two things to be true. In all the red flags, by the way, here's some of them. The lies, the no evidence against Bryan KOHBERER, inconsistencies with the investigation, the changing witness statements, the changing investigators' statements, the quibbling over semantics, the lost evidence, the destroyed evidence, the denied discovery, trial by media, the plea without allocution. I haven't listed them all, but you get the gist. If people identify those two things, all those red flags, and still continue to say, and if he's guilty of this, hold that as a possible truth, that he's guilty of this. And if they're providing commentary on this case, they are confused themselves and they are confusing others. It seems to me to go against critical thinking practices. The two things are mutually exclusive.
Do you think they're confused, Eddie, though?
You can, well...
I got to say that part I don't know if I agree with, but you're right about everything else so far.
I'll examine that word and see if you have a point there. I'm open to thinking that might be not quite the exact way of saying it, but those two things are not mutually exclusive. In other words, you can't have them both. You have to discard one of them. I dare say it is akin to misinformation, and the harm that it's doing cannot be overstated. There, I said it. Let the hate come. But at this point, it's regressive to the discussion. And I hope that others, even if it's just one person, if I said this and someone else is like breathing a sigh of relief, like, gosh, finally someone has said it. Because sometimes I've seen this in this case in the past where it takes one to say something that's unpopular, or maybe someone else has been thinking it. So hopefully I've kind of, started a discussion or open others' eyes to this. But I hope those who hear this is not about being controversial or to be critical. I hope those who hear this can reflect within themselves and see that what I'm saying is true and important, and come around to correct this oversight and see that it is absolutely necessary.
And what I meant by saying that I don't know that confused is the right word, because the thing, and I agree with absolutely everything Eddie said. I think that there probably are some people, I should say, let me recorrect that are confused about like everything that we've seen. And maybe the confusion would be as to why the state is still going in the direction they're going after seeing these things. That confusion would make sense to me. But I think a lot of people that are still claiming the whole Bryan is guilty thing, it goes beyond confusion to me because it's blatant what it is. It's right in our faces. Okay. So much of it, the red flags, I mean, it goes above and beyond anything that it doesn't. I don't understand it. I'll just put it blatant. You know, I don't get how somebody could look at this case as we sit with it right now and say, yeah, he's guilty. How could you say something like that truly and believe that? The only thing I can think of is that you don't want to believe in the truth. Okay, that's how I see this, is that you don't want to see the truth for what it is. For whatever reason, you feel like you have to be there. If that's what you feel, I understand it, but I agree with him that you need to step back, look at it again, and look at the major issues with it, okay? And realize that there's no way on God's green earth that a real deal police investigation of any sort could have this many red flags and this many problems and be a real investigation, one. And two, that they've never, ever, not once have they showed any sort of proof that Bryan KOHBERER was inside that home. That's the most important piece of information to make this case make any sense with him being guilty. They've never done it. They can't do that, okay? They cannot show him being in that home. They cannot show him committing any form of a crime related to these victims. They've already proven themselves. The prosecution, the state, law enforcement have proven that they have zero connection between Bryan KOHBERER and the victims of any sort. That in turn makes no sense. They bring in one piece of information, one piece of evidence, one piece of evidence that is the most minute, minuscule, untrustworthy piece of evidence you could pop beyond. It goes beyond a level of circumstantial. It's not even circumstantial as far as I'm concerned, okay? It just doesn't fit. It doesn't make sense. Bryan didn't do this. I'll say it again and again, and you guys know this. I sat on the fence for a long time and said, maybe. Nope. No way in hell no. I don't see it. And I'm still willing to see it if you can show it to me. But you can't. And I'm not expecting to see it because I know that nobody can. And I feel very strong. If you notice, I don't even say when I say that in my opinion, because I'm very confident in my thoughts and feelings on that. I'm sorry to say, but not, that whole, I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry, not sorry, because it's just facts to me. So yeah, right. The statement, just like Rose just said, ignorance is bliss. Not in this situation. Not at all. So I'm there with you, bud. And everybody, you need to look at it. Look at it. For if nothing more than morality and the damn Constitution, for one, and for your own personal sake, look at it and see it for what it is, please. I'm done.
Yeah, thank you, Dago. And you kind of generalized my thought by saying it's the maybe, the ones who are considering maybe, that's a good way of putting it too.
Yeah.
It is time to, if you're a maybe, to really examine what you have, what's been put in front of you, and examine and adjust. Because again, the harm for perpetuating this possibility that he's involved, it cannot be overstated. And it's regressive to the conversation. It's just past due.
Yes, and it's harmful to yourselves in that aspect, folks, because if you're able to believe that falsehood, that he's guilty of this in any form, fashion, or anything, that's dangerous for you, because that means that, to me, okay, and this is in my opinion, this statement, but that means to me, in my opinion, that you won't see it coming if it happens to you. I'm sorry to say that like that. I hope that you do. Sorry. I hope that you would. I would never want to see this happen to anybody, guys. And it can, even people I don't like. This is scary that it can happen like this, okay? So just open your eyes all the way instead of half-mass. See it for what it is and realize how scary and sad this is. Please, please, please.
So thank you, Daigle, for providing me a platform to say that and share that.
Absolutely. Thank you for saying it, Eddie, because it is something, like you said, it needed said. It needs to be said, and I think it needs to be said more often. I'm looking, right? Beep, beep. Welcome back, Lucci. Do you think Bryan was a target by federal government law enforcement for years or months prior to this crime? You know, I like that question in a sense, Joanne. That's a good one. I like the way you ask things and the way you think, because we've actually had that conversation before. How did they get to Bryan Christopher KOHBERER as the suspect for this case? Because we've never seen, again, anything that points to him, and in fact, everything we've seen points completely away from him. You know what I mean? So I don't know that he was a target for years. I still feel, because everybody keeps saying, well, if he didn't do it, first off, you know, I'm tired of hearing it, but I get it. Why did he admit to it? Well, he didn't. He accepted a plea is what he did. Okay, that's how I see that. And he did what he had to do by the rules of the plea deal and the way it was stated to him. He had to say it that way. Otherwise, they wouldn't accept it. So there's that. But there's a reason that it happened. We don't know. And hopefully one day we will know as to why. I'm really, really praying that we do. But I think that Bryan, and this is my theory, it's an opinion and a theory and nothing but absolutely alleged, 100% based on speculative theory that I have seen, that I put together based on the things that I've seen. Okay. And it's the only thing, I guess I tell myself this because it makes some sense to me as to how or why Bryan KOHBERER was chosen. Because I feel that he was chosen. There's no other way to say that other than he was chosen for this. Okay. And I know that sounds bad to say it that way, but how else can you possibly phrase that when we know that he had nothing to do with, in my opinion, that part I will say, with any of this. How else do you say it other than that he was chosen? I think Bryan very possibly, because again, I've said this before, was very nosy, for lack of better terms. He was very interested in what went on around him. He's very observant, okay? And he was very interested in crime, criminal acts, hence the reason why he was going for a doctorate in criminal forensics, cloud forensics too, and already had a degree. And every time that we read in all our reports, guys, that every time somebody interacted with Bryan, even when he was arrested, that he was questioning them about crime and law enforcement and all sorts of stuff. That's what he thinks about 24/7. So that tells me that Bryan probably looks into everything and anything that he jumps into. You have the internet, it makes you find things, it helps you find things, and he could have been looking into something and fell into something he shouldn't have. And this is, again, my opinion, absolutely alleged. And maybe tried to report that situation to somebody else, and that person was not the right person to report that to. When that happened, Bryan's name got put out there. Bryan's name went into the filtration system, and they said, okay, we got to do something with this kid because this is going to be a problem if we don't. He's smart. He knows what he's doing, and this could cause problems. We got to deal with this. That's where I think they got Bryan KOHBERER from, because that is the only thing that makes this fit. He didn't know anybody from this area. Nobody. He's from Pennsylvania. Doesn't know anybody in Idaho. Had no connections to Idaho. None until he went there. And he was only there for a period of months. Okay. He didn't know any of the victims or their families or their friends. None of them. And like I said, law enforcement, both detectives stated there is absolutely no connection between him, them, anyone. Social media, nothing. And they wanted there to be. It doesn't exist. No, nobody knew him and he didn't know them. That makes no sense. Okay. And Bill Thompson's ignorant, I'm going to say it ignorant statement that he believes that Bryan could have just picked this at the last minute and randomly went to this house and did this. No, not even somebody that would that's stupid, in my opinion, would pull up to a house that has 5 cars in the driveway and their entire house is lit up and say, you know what? I'm going to go in this house and kill people tonight. That makes no sense. Okay. But the problem is Bryan has the intelligence, the knowledge, the not to do something like that. So again, last minute targeted isolated attack. What? Come on. No. Nope. So Joanne, I know it's drawn out, but that is my answer to that question, even though that's a great question. It really truly is. I know other people thought the possibility that it could. I don't think so. I don't think anybody knew who he was until he came here. Like I said, I think he very possibly fell into something, tried to do what he wants to do and be in law enforcement, may have mentioned it to the wrong person, and that person said, well, we got to shut this down right now. So they killed 2 birds with 1 stone. That's how I see it, if that makes sense. Sorry. Welcome, Kent. How are you tonight, my friend?
Not bad. And yourself?
I'm pretty good. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening, Eddie.
Good evening, Kent. Good to see you again.
So, what if, like, we all know that these other students that are around this house, what if because they go to the same university and this happens and then they say, you know, there's this weird freaky guy that is a teacher's aide that is nosing around and he looks like the guy that I seen, and because prosecution had nobody or no witness to point to anybody,
Well, if you're still there, Kent, it sounds like you cut out. I know what you're saying, but I don't even think he was around there. I don't believe that he ever went around that house because, and that's one of the things they've been lying about to people. They're making it sound like Bryan showed up at this house and stalked the house and did this and did. None of that ever happened.
No, I don't think they did either. I think they just, it's one of those other girls, whether it was Dylan or I can't get all their names straight.
Right.
That was possibly involved in what happened, just threw his name out there and prosecution said, okay, yep, we'll make the case. Because the other thing that we all ask, why did Bryan plea? Well, if you're going to court over a period of time and your defense attorneys make motions for this, make motions for that, okay, you can understand if some of them are denied. But if you can see yourself, which Bryan is I think a pretty smart guy, if you can see that you're being railroaded by the prosecution, that it don't matter if you go to a jury trial or if it was judge only or whatever it is, at the end of it, you're going to be guilty And because they want you to be guilty and possibly face the death penalty, could he have pleaded to take that off the table, like we all say, to save his life? Because he knew no matter what Anne did, because she was getting turned down by...
Yes, sir. You cut out again, bud. That's exactly what I think happened. That's exactly what I think why Bryan took the plea deal, Kent. I think Bryan and Twiz touched on it a while back too, and I agree with him. Like I've been saying, I think that Anne did everything she could, okay? And I think she hit a brick wall and knew that no matter what she was going to do, no matter what she was going to present, it was not going to go in her favor. Period.
Yep.
And
they were going to handpick the jury, and they were going to make sure that not necessarily that they had their friends on the jury, but the prosecution was going to make sure that they wouldn't go against the grain. That's who would have ended up on the jury, and Bryan would have been found guilty and possibly sentenced to death.
And
now, he would have had years to appeal, but
and I think he was worried because there was I guess he had picked up a statement somewhere that they were going to try to fast track the death penalty if he was convicted, whether or not that's possible or not. If you hear that coming from somebody, that's your life. Whether you think it's true or not true, it's going to get in your head. It's going to cause problems. And I feel that could be very well why. And like I said, all we have heard from the day that Bryan KOHBERER was put in handcuffs is the hold on a second here. Nothing but propaganda after propaganda after propaganda from the oh shoot, hold on a minute, you guys. My computer just did some weird thing. 1 second. Like I always say, the propaganda train, period. Okay. And it's just been chugging right along from day one, day after day after day after day after day. And if you look at the statistics, Bryan KOHBERER was found guilty probably two years ago, at least. I'm going to cut the half a year out and be nice, but at least 2 years ago, he was found guilty, in my opinion, in the court of public opinion. That's very important. The jury has been tainted in many different ways with the Dateline hit piece and all the other shows that were put out. Steve can solve it. It was admitted in the report that we read yesterday, I think it was, that there were things that they were asking people to spread lies. As we all know, that Bryan cleaned his car with bleach. No, he didn't. That Bryan did this that he didn't do, that he did that he didn't do, and they're still doing it. And he's already in jail and prison. Yep. So again, he had no chance, Kent. In my opinion, he had no chance. I think he knew that, and I don't think that Anne, seeing what, like Eddie was saying, it's kind of there. Imagine what she felt like seeing what's going on when things weren't given to her, or when they were handed to her, and the way that the reactions were from the other side. Imagine being that person and going, they're not going to let me have this. They're not going to let me do this. They didn't even want this to go to court, first off. And we've been saying that for a long time now. But she knew, in my opinion, and so did Bryan, that this was not going to happen. No matter what it was, he was not going to be able to present a fair case and have a fair trial, no matter where they were in the state of Idaho, no matter who they picked for the jury. And I don't think Anne trusted the jury. That's my opinion. So I agree with you wholeheartedly that's exactly what I think happened. That's why I think Bryan took the plea deal. Not to mention there were threats being made directly to his family, to the point where they had to have like security guarding their home in Pennsylvania. Ann Taylor, the rest of the defense team, Eliza Massif, Jay Logston, and anybody else was getting death threats and threats to their families. At some point, I think Bryan said, you know what? Nobody else needs to get hurt. It's not worth it. And I see that we're not going to go anywhere with this. I don't feel like I have a chance. I'm just going to plead to it and see what I can do about it later on. And that's exactly how I felt that it went down. That's my opinion. So, it only takes one person, truly, in my opinion, to taint the entire jury. And we know that most people watch Dateline and Nightline and 48 Hours and all these other news shows that come out, because I know I watch a lot, and I know a lot of people that watch those too. And I'll be damned if you don't watch the news. Most everybody watches the news, and it's been on every channel in every aspect, at every angle, that he's guilty. Never, ever have I seen anything put out. And if anybody has, I want you to tell me where, because I want to go find it. I've never seen anybody anywhere ever from the beginning of this case that has said anything positive about Bryan, or even doubted that Bryan was guilty on any of these news channels ever. So what would that tell you? No.
Well, the key motion that should tell everybody is the one that you cannot present alternative perpetrators.
Right.
That's the
Yeah, that. And why would he think that if he's not going to make that? That's a good point, Lucy. If he's not going to even be able to trust a jury, why would he think he would win in a regular appeal?
Yeah, like if you can't present alternative perpetrators, how can you defend yourself?
You can't. They did not allow any kind of a third-party defense whatsoever, other than that he did it. He knew that. They knew that.
Yep.
And it's something I've never seen before. It's really sad. It really is really sad. So like I said, that's what I'm saying. That's why I feel that's where they got to at that point. When they finally denied the continuance, she wasn't ready. We know she wasn't ready. There was too much for her to go through. There was too much for her to be involved, to get into. And she's not going to do this half-assed, folks. She's not going to do this half-assed. That's Ann Taylor for you. She's not going to go through not go through every bit of discovery she has to look for every aspect, every angle she can to prove her client innocent. She's not going to not do that, okay? He wouldn't give her the continuance on it. And they all knew that they needed it, okay? She came forth and said that they brought an expert in to look at the discovery, the digital alone by itself. And that expert said, it would take you 3 years to clearly go through this to the point that you need to make this work. 3 years, folks.
And before I hop down, the other thing that I would say is in the amount, like you're getting at there, the amount of evidence, do you think, because now since he's taken the plea and we're getting all these records out and whatnot, do you think that could be part of Ann's plea or agreement to the plea to turn the public and say, listen?
It could. You know what? That's a good question, Kent. And I've heard actually somebody else say that and ask me that before, that maybe she's turned it over to us to say, prove it, folks. Prove it. Show the world what is out there, because she knows that we're going to. So, yeah, that's a good question and a good point. That's a very grand possibility. I know she was following some of us. I don't know who exactly, but I know that they were following a lot of what we were doing. Bryan was following it. There were other people that were in contact with him that were covering it and doing the same things. So, yeah, that's an interesting way to put that, bud. She very well could. That could be part of the whole plan, per se, is, let's turn this over to the public and see what they can do. And if enough of it's put out, somebody's going to see it. I'm not saying that's truly the answer. I'm just saying it does make some sense. You know what I mean? Hey, Jay Marie, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Michelle F., welcome back to you as well. And Contessa, great to see you. Bryan being autistic and awkward combined with not being from there, like Steve said, couldn't be somebody from there. And Dollinger also said that same thing, Jay, if you didn't catch that in his interview. We knew it wasn't one of our people, one of ours, and it couldn't be one of ours. And Steve said the same thing. It couldn't be. And because they had to put a rush on it, they had to have somebody in cuffs before the new semester started, because they knew that the enrollment was going to drop if there was nobody in jail for this. And so they rushed everything, including this, the actual the DNA. Every bit of this was rushed because they had to hurry up and get it done for the university. And here we are. So yeah, those are all facts in my opinion.
What do you think, Eddie? Do you think this is part of her plan? Is if I can't get the evidence out into the public through the court, that we'll take a plea and let the prosecution prove their own case is fucked up and false?
I'm not sure about that. I can say this. Ann Taylor knew that this whole thing was fixed. If it had gone to trial, it would have been fixed.
Yeah.
Against them, in other words.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. 100%. Anyways, I'm going to pop down and stay in chat.
Okay.
Those are great thoughts, Ken. I appreciate hearing that too very much.
Good seeing you as always, Kent. Thanks for being up. Yeah, and Dago, a lot of good comments in the chat. Seahawk says, and Anne can only work with what she's given.
Right.
And she's been given nothing that's useful.
Yeah, truly. And there was no assistance from the courts to her. None. They did nothing.
She knows that. She's no fool. She knows that whatever, they're not going to give her anything. And
they didn't. Nothing at all.
And like Lucy Morningstar said, imagine telling Anne she could have hired, we'll offer you more investigators to help get through all these terabytes, more paralegals if you need it. What an insincere gesture.
Absolutely.
Knowing that he's in on it. Knowing that none of that will do her any good.
Exactly. Yes, agreed. And Docket just said, thank you, sir, for the super chat. I'm watching delayed, but Eddie, I appreciate what you said at the beginning. Sometimes I start to wonder if I am dense, but it's, I love this guy. I love you, Docket. But it seems so obvious that others speaking the truth out loud helps me. And sometimes, Docket, I think that does help in a lot of ways, that we have to hear it out loud to get the point. Okay. To hear somebody else besides ourselves say it out loud to get how real it is and process it. That's a thought that I've had before with other statements that are made, and it kind of like opens your eyes and goes, that's right. So thank you, brother. I appreciate that, Docket, very much, and we appreciate you. Eddie.
Thank you, Docket.
The stage is yours on that one, my friend.
Yeah, and that you kind of shared my thoughts that I was trying to express earlier, Dago. If just one person needed to hear that, because I can't improve on how you just said it, but oftentimes it's like you just need someone to break through that barrier to get it started. Yeah, and I've experienced that myself. So
I did. I did. Many a time.
I think we all have possibly.
Yeah, and you're the one many a times that has said certain things that has made me go, yeah, he's right. I need to like back up. And how many times have I gone back to the beginning and looked at this again and again? And it's there. And again, folks, we can't forget there's multiple experts that have made statements, not just one, that have either, hey, Midnight, good to see you tonight. And Dustin, good to see you too. David Bird, oh shoot, hold on, let me catch up with you guys real fast and then I'll finish my statement. True Seeker, good to see you. Offie, what is up, my brother? Good to see you. I'm glad you're here. Stitches, welcome back to you. Again, Docket Decoders, thank you for joining us tonight, guys. Please go check out his channel. I promise you will not be disappointed. He does such great work and I appreciate him so much. I think a lot of us do out here. Buddy Bear, there he is. Good to see you, brother. I think I think I've caught up with almost everybody. Yeah. Michelle F, I seen you. Yes, I did. Great to have you all here with us tonight. So yeah, circus music. There we go. And Miss Taylor, good to see you both. So like I said, hearing another voice or many other voices make the same statement to you again and again, at some point something's going to register. Okay, or it should. I think there's a lot of people, let me say this too, that are just born, and Moonbreaker, good to see you. A lot of people were born, bred, and raised that if the police say it is what it is what it is. And I used to be that way because I came from a law enforcement family. My biological father, uncle, my grandfather, they were all police officers. So I'm going to support law, and I still do. Don't get me wrong. I do. I think it's insane. The whole defund the police is bullshit. There'd be mass chaos if we didn't have law enforcement. The problem is they don't always do what they're supposed to do. The legal system is a wreck. It's an absolute 100% total train wreck. And it's repeatedly allowed to continue going that direction. That's why it does.
Matter of fact, Bryan KOHBERER, when we go through his papers that he's written, he's going to outline just how much it is.
You guys, yes, Eddie's right. If you guys haven't seen what we're going to be looking at here soon, you're going to fall out of your chair. When I was looking at this, I was like, what? Seriously, like, and the title says it all. Was he able to foresee the future and write his own story? Because that's exactly how I saw that, Eddie. I don't know if you can agree with that, but that's the best way I could title this. After I read through that stuff, I was floored, folks.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel the same way. But look at us being spoilers.
I know. You'll see. You'll still be surprised, I promise you. Braga in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you for being here, Brian. We missed you. I hope you're having a great day. I don't even know what to say, and you'll see it. I'm just trying to make sure everybody's in here that's going to be here because I don't want anybody to miss this. Great statements again, Kent. Great thoughts as always, and everybody. I'm looking through the chat. You guys are all making very, very good and honorable statements here. Truly, you guys all see it, and even Texas Ranger comes in. He's got an opposing opinion. Has even said, there's questions. This ain't. He still thinks Brian's guilty, but the rest of this, how and why? He's got a lot of questions. You have to respect that, okay? And I've seen quite a few what we call guilters making those statements. Like, what is going on? People that have been guilters from the beginning. As much as I don't care for these people. Chris McDonough has been challenging that. Megan Kelly has been challenging that, and many others have been challenging, like, what the hell is this? Truly, what the hell is this? So if you don't see it at that point, at least that part of it, you need to go look. Have somebody show it to you if you don't see it. Please let somebody show it to you if you don't see it. Because again, folks, this is you. Not Brian, it's you and me and Eddie. Very scary. Welcome, Moonlit Baby, Wellington, Oda, Eddie, Sweet Melissa. I said, looked like you were going to say something. Go ahead, bud.
Just real briefly. I mean, it's pretty evident at this point that some of the guilters do possibly genuinely feel that he may, have perpetrated the crime. But we cannot deny that some of the guilters are hardline guilters because they know 100% that he's innocent, if that makes any sense. Those are out there. Yes,
they do it just for that reason. I agree with you. If that does make any, think about it before you think about it, if that makes any sense too. Because you're going to need to. Now, a lot of the guilter, like the reporting channels and the other news channels, they do it because they have no choice to some aspect. Remember that. Okay. That's their
we live in a
paycheck.
society where twisting real news truths has become an art. You know, we see it every day on our TV sets, on YouTube. So,
Amen to that one.
I mean, if it can be done in everyday news, then it can be done in this case too. It stands to reason.
And yeah, and a lot of you're good. We didn't really get started yet, Randy. We're about to. Welcome, Nana Cow. I think I've seen you already, but if I didn't, welcome, WB. Great to see you as well. Yeah. First off, content creators are doing it in a lot of aspects because of views, even though they know it's not true. Remember that too. It's all about what it puts in the pocket. Welcome, Mayflowers. Good to see. Good to see you, Mayflowers. It's okay. We'll catch up. But yeah, a lot of content creators are doing this just because I mean, content creators that I can almost promise you know the difference and they know the truth, but they're doing it because that's what's bringing their views in. That's what's putting money in their pocket, and that's sad, but so be it. It is.
And who's doing it runs a gamut. Content creators, chat trolls. I mean, you name it. Dago, you might be muted.
My son just walked in and was saying something to me. Sorry. One second, folks. Okay, my son was gone most of the day and was trying to talk to me. I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember where I was just at there. Oh yeah, the whole content creator thing. Like I said, that became obvious to me not too long ago. I thought that maybe they really truly thought that, but at some point, no. You know, it's evident that it's all about the views and all that shit. I could do the same thing. I could have done the same thing. I can't throw my morality out the window just so that I can get more views or something like that. That I see what I see, and I have to say what I see. So,
real quick, one other important group to throw in there. You know, content creators, mainstream media, news channel guilters, chat troll guilters. There's another group that's important to point out. Those who follow the guilter YouTube creators.
very
Give
good
that
point.
some thought and consider who that may be. I'm not going to start naming last names, but
it's become the norm, Kendra. That's what the scary part is, and he's right. That is a very great statement too, Eddie. But yeah, it's become the norm. They don't even think twice about it. They just do it now. So
yeah, guys, if you give it some thought, you'll figure it out.
yeah.
Or you'll come up with, you know, a pretty good comprehensive list of your own.
Debbie says, remember he was listening to a scanner and took pictures of that accident by his apartment. I was thinking, remember when he heard about possibly a 911 call that they say never happened? Well, what if it really was, and Bryan KOHBERER went to see what was up? Sure. Listen, Debbie, at this point, there's a lot of things that make actual sense as compared to the things that are out there that don't. So yeah, that makes sense to me, and that's plausible. So very plausible in my opinion. Jennifer Meineke, good to see you. Thank you for being here.
Yeah,
They
Lucy, another great point.
No, go ahead, bud. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do. Of course, they're watching, shows, open-minded channels, so they can get the talking points. We've seen that all along.
Yeah, like Lucy just said, they also watch the non-guilters so that they can put powwow as a group until the group think a good one-liner that they can never come up with alone. Honest to God, I think they watch the non-guilters so that they can get the truth, okay, to actually understand things. And because if they go at and attack the non-guilters like us, or the pro-truthers, that's what I call us, then it makes them feel better about talking what they do about the guilt side of it. Did that make sense, Eddie?
Yeah.
Sorry, I hope it did. Beach Babe, can you explain to me, if he does appeal, what happens? A new trial? What does that mean as far as evidence? On an appellate trial, I'm not 100% how this would go down. I think it would depend, Beach Babe, on exactly what he files, how he files. And I think we're gonna have to wait to see, hope to God, if that happens, which way it happens. Does that, you know what I mean? So, and then we'll be able to kind of read it for that point. And like I said, folks, cross your fingers, because at this point, I'm telling people and asking people to hope and pray that this happens, because if it doesn't, I don't even know what I'm going to say or even feel. I don't know. Maybe it's something that'll happen down the road, whatever, but at some point it needs to happen. Something does. There's no way that this can just be okay and just be let go, in my opinion. How could the state ever take this to trial? They couldn't have, a circus, and I think they knew that. I think, and again, I don't care what anybody says. I truly believe, we heard it in the court system where or in the hearing where Hitler said, I need you to present your last final offer by the end of June, beginning of July at the latest. They had to put that out there. So prosecution had to put something out and give them the option, okay? Which that's where it came from. And so at that point in time, it was there. She saw that she wasn't going to get anything she tried to request, and she said, piss on it. Let's go for it. We'll work our way through it. And this is just me, thinking what happened, not knowing for sure, but we'll work it out in the end. But we need to get the death penalty off the table to save your life. And that was her job. Truly, that was Anne's only job, was to save his life. As a public defender, that's all she had to do her job correctly. She did that. And that's, I think that they knew they were going to lose if they took it to trial. And at the very least, it was going to be a mistrial. At the very least, okay? But in best case scenario, they were going to completely lose this, and Bryan was going to be set free. In that, in turn, would have made the whole city of Moscow and the state of Idaho look bad as all hell, folks. Really bad. And it would have affected the university too, really badly, in my opinion. So, take it for what it is, but that's how I saw that going down. All right, let me see here. 1 minute, folks. Oh, yeah. Just so everybody knows, I meant to bring this up yesterday and I just completely forgot it. But one more lie that we're going to clarify right now. Okay. Because there's been so many of them that see, he did it. See, he did it because of this. And see, he did it because of that. So the whole Dickies receipt and the Dickies thing, so on and so forth. You want to know what Bryan bought that had a Dickies tag on it? There you go. The dude needed a hat, and so he bought one. And he bought a good one. Dickies is a very good brand. I own 3 hats that are just the same brand. Price-wise, you can't beat it. One size fits all. There you go. He didn't buy clothing for a kill kit. Another lie. He didn't buy a jumpsuit. He didn't. He bought a hat, folks. A damn hat. There you go. So one more lie, as always, debunked. That's what had the Dickies tag on it. And I think there was a pair of pants in here somewhere. I don't know that those were Dickies, but I know that there was a pair of pants in here that he had bought at some point too. But the Dickies brand name was the beanie. So just saying.
So, Dago, let me ask you, if everything that, say, just say Steve was you, right? You're in his position, and everything that law enforcement told you turned out to be a lie in your daughter's death, and every the case surrounding that, would you be upset, and would you start asking questions?
Yeah, I mean, nothing but questions.
So
I would be all over this right now.
What would it tell us if that person isn't upset and isn't asking questions?
I've thought about that, bud. And I'm trying to, I can't come to a full closed decision on that, I should say, for lack of better terms. I can't quite understand why Steve is not questioning things, why he's defending the roommates. And it makes me, especially at this point, maybe up until the past 3 months, okay. He was being fed what he was being fed, and I think that is why he went that direction. But at this point now, with all these reports dropping, you would think if they're reading through them, I hope they are, they would be questioning everything and blowing up all over the place, wanting to know what the hell. So the only other conclusion I can come to is that he already knew. Okay. That's the only other conclusion I can come to, is that Steve already had an idea or already knew that this wasn't right. And that just going along with it kind of closes it up. That's not the answer, but some people have to do that to be able to be okay. That's why I noticed that he, for the longest time, I forgot I even had these on, was open to the possibility of other perpetrators. I heard him say it twice. Christy, no, she wasn't. Okay. That's maybe, he's trying to keep the peace there too. I don't know. Welcome, Randy. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, man, I love spending time with you and Eddie. Oh, he's so smart.
Appreciate you, bud.
Yeah.
Welcome, Tammy. Good to see you. You don't ask a question you don't want the answer to. If he asks the question, see, that's a great way to put that too, Tammy, and I like that. So I feel that that's probably right too, because he doesn't want to understand how bad it actually truly is, or doesn't want to accept maybe how bad it actually truly is. So you don't ask a question you don't want the answer to. If he asks that question, it opens up the issues for everyone, including his family, with the GoFundMe issues, the future lawsuits, and so on and so forth. Yes, that's a good point, Tammy. Great statement.
I agree.
And that's a good one too. Go ahead, bud. Go ahead.
Is it possible that he has been coerced or forced
Sure.
to play his part?
Sure. He's
Whatever
got other
that may
children.
mean.
He's got other
To go
kids.
along with it, to do, play his role.
He was threatened. We know he was threatened. We saw the text messages. What other threats did they have? He's got other kids. He's got grandkids. Think about it.
Who we talking about?
100%. Steve Gonsalves.
Oh, okay. That's what I thought. Okay. Just making sure.
He very well, very, very well could have been threatened. Yes. and yeah, Eddie, coerced. Absolutely. I do agree with that one. There's got to be some kind of a realistic, rational answer to why are you not looking at these things? Why are you not reading through these things and flipping out?
Well, it would be a consistent theme. You want to look for patterns. Right?
Right.
I mean, we have the surviving roommates, and that's the only answer that explains that.
Yeah.
And after all, they're not pulling the wool over investigators' eyes because Payne is green and he's only got 2 years on the force, and it's none of that.
Yeah.
Okay?
Payne was doing his job.
Dylan and BF aren't tricking the investigation.
No, my God, no.
So they're playing their part. They're doing what they've been told to do.
Like I said earlier, like months ago, folks, there's a lot of pawns here. If you think that every single solitary law enforcement officer in every one of these agencies that got involved in this, because there's a lot, 500 plus police officers and detectives involved in law enforcement, that every single solitary one of them knows every bit of this and the whole background and what's going on behind it. They don't. That's not possible. Okay.
Including my nephew.
Yeah. I mean, that's just not realistic.
So think of this, guys. You can have corruption on the bottom unless you have corruption at the top. Now, if it is true that the roommates are playing their part because they've been coerced, do you think it's because Brett Payne made them do it?
No.
Like he's part of that. It's just his idea alone. Now, if they don't act well enough, or if they betray him, once they're caught, once a seasoned investigator determines that, hey, something's fishy here, and he looks into it, and he tightens the thumb screw enough on Dylan or Bethany, and they finally give up the goods and say, yeah, Payne made me do it. I mean, that's a big risk, isn't it? Payne, someone on the bottom, in other words, like Payne is not where this begins. Payne is doing his part too, knowing that he's untouchable. The person who is requesting him to do it is so high up, and there's so many involved.
Right. Yeah, this doesn't start at the bottom, folks, and this is not laying at the bottom. This goes way high, and I mean way high. Okay, so think about that. If you're eighth or ninth in line, the first person in line is the one that has it all. You get the leftovers, okay?
Right.
Or what's left over, you end up with it. That's it. So that's where we're at with this. And every person, like I said, there's so many pawns in this game. They're just doing what they're told because you can't not do what you're told. You lose your job, you lose this, you lose that. You cause problems. A lot of people just do their jobs and walk by it every day and don't even think twice. They just agree with their boss and say, okay, you told me that. I agree with you. I believe you.
My nephew worked for the FBI. He worked on this case, and he will not say a damn word to me about anything. He won't even tell me how he worked on this case. Now, his best friend, who is also with the FBI, he told me he was with with Cass, so they were working on the phone. But my own nephew, and he's not on the case. And he told at the time. As a matter of fact, this was last November when we talked because the family got together. He said, I did my part. I'm no longer on the case. But you think he would tell me the slightest thing? Nothing. This is my own flesh and blood. You can't tell me, like, who am I going to go tell or whatever? But it just shows how closed-lipped everybody at the lower end has to be.
Very, very, very true, Randy.
And I believe
very
that 100%. And it's like, if any information gets out from anyone, they would know who the leaker is immediately. They have their means.
Immediately.
They would just know. And whether it's, your cousin, or whether it's one of the surviving roommates or a neighbor that has information that would, be meaningful, whatever. No one's going to talk. Because it doesn't take a genius to figure out what the source of that leak is.
Well, we've had connections with other sources, by the way, okay, that are in law enforcement that know, and of course I can't say who, or how, but that have given hints and statements towards, what they believe as opposed to what they know. They cannot ruin their career or put themselves or their families in danger, but they have made statements to some of us, some of our crew that we've been in touch with, and it's dirty, period. And it does go in the directions that we're not far off of what we believe on this. Okay. Just understand that. I'm going to say allegedly, in my opinion, of course, but because I don't have anything to factualize anything, but people know. I'll just put it that way. People know. And again, just like anywhere, even if you work at the damn gas station, okay, and that the gas you're pumping is into people's cars is 85% water, you still got to pump it for them. You still got to take their money.
Good analogy. Yeah.
What's that?
That's a good analogy. Yeah.
I mean, it's a factual statement, folks. It's happened. They know that gas is 85% water. They're not going to tell you that, though, because that's their income. That's the way that they breathe and eat and all that shit. So they're not going to tell you. They're going to continue doing it because that's their job. That's what they're supposed to do, period. Think about that for a minute. And look what's happened also. Brett Payne, 2 years on the force the day before this happened, he's out writing tickets and patrolling. Then he becomes the lead detective on this case. Okay. And do you think he's going to say anything? Even if he sees something? No. He's going to do what he's supposed to do day after day and get through this and get it dealt with and get the guy convicted and move on as fast as they can. Period.
Yep.
Excuse me. So think about all that. That's what's going on here, in my opinion, of course. But I'm pretty sure I'm on point with that. I'm not going to say it's a fact because I don't have any way to show you that that's facts. And I wish I did. But, for the longest time, a lot of people were out here saying it's a psyop. It's a psyop. And I'm going, I'm not going to go there. That's kind of dark and kind of deep. At this point, it is what it is, folks. Period. Whatever the bigger issue, the much bigger issue is that they're covering up, as Mr. Thyray would say, is obviously a very much bigger issue that could destroy and bring down something of way more importance than what these people believe that four innocent lives were worth. Okay. It every day. Yeah, Lucy, that's the best way to put it. Every time we receive more information, more reports, documents, it becomes more and more and more obvious to the point where I can't turn back and look the other direction anymore, folks. Not even close. There's nothing to look at back there anymore. Nothing. There's nothing on that side of the world to look at as far as I'm concerned. Because there's nothing that exists over there. It's all right here in front of our faces, and it has been the whole time.
If we're searching for a word that encompasses what this is right now, the word is it's political.
Oh God, yeah, that's an understatement too.
Oh my, that's true.
Money in politics, just period. Put it there and leave it there. Money in politics, just like everything else.
The people in high places that this would end up, if everything came clean in the wash and it was exposed, the number of people involved in this is too numerable.
And they're way too important.
High elite, positions. It's absolutely political.
Well, I think this case, there's a lot of different streets you can go down with this case, because it's showing some stuff about some people, like the president of the college or whoever he is, and this and that. It's starting to show people in a bad light, even if they had nothing to do with the case. It's showing the corruption and bullshit that goes in this town, to the rate of it's crazy. It's crazy. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say.
Of course.
The hoax machine is still running. Mm-hmm.
And the word coincidence doesn't even belong in this anymore at all.
No, this is planned. This thing was planned. Whoever did it, I just can't believe one.
Exactly. Welcome, Slam Tango. Good to see you. Green is an elite, and that means that his reach goes to and beyond. Very good point. Like Eddie said, like I've said before too, this goes very high, and it's probably even bigger than what we believe that it could be, to be honest with you. Okay.
Good chance.
This is definitely not the how did Coffin Dopper put it? It's so basic, it's so simple, it's right there. No, it's really not. Okay. That's why it's such a big deal. That's why if you go to the city of Moscow and you try to talk to anybody about it, they turn and run from you or get angry with you.
Right.
They won't. We've seen it happen firsthand. They refuse to talk. And again, people are afraid to talk. Why would you be afraid to talk about this if they have custody?
Yeah, if you had nothing to do with it.
Right.
I can't tell you how much I've thought about just going out there and asking questions and doing a live, get my channel up and going a little bit more, but it's weird, but there's gotta be somebody who's gonna say something. But you're right, Dago. They turn away. They don't want to talk to anybody. And why is that? Because they know something.
They do know.
Right. A lot of people know, and they're not saying anything.
Just like Kim said 2.5 years ago, a lot of people know what happened. A lot of people know who was involved. They knew it was going to happen before it happened, and they knew afterwards what had happened. And everybody blew her away, blew her off. Yeah. Once again, the apologies need to be showered upon her because she was absolutely right.
Who?
WSU mom Kim.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
He called this for what it was in the very beginning.
Right.
There were people that knew about this at 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
They tried to deny all that. We know that's true. We know exactly quite too many details have come out.
There'd be no reason for her to get up and say that stuff, for the hell of it or whatever. I mean, she knew, God, that was so long ago. And she knew, and those answers were there from her, or at least, that's the way they should have. Ellie should have maybe gone down that path. Did you even try? It's frustrating.
Exactly, Dustin. Her story gets proven more and more and more. And like I said, my door's always open to her. She knows that. It always was. And she She's probably quiet now because I'm sure I know she was threatened. Okay. I know that for a fact. So
Who did she originally do? Was she on your show, Dago?
she started, the first place she went was to T-Rev, and that was when Detective Don was over there and they destroyed her and then tore her apart. And then she went to Daniel's show, the
Can I say
Drunk
this right
Turkey.
now? T-Rev's an asshole. Okay, let's move on.
Oh, right. And then she went to Drunk Turkey, and then she came here, and then she went to Atlanta, and then she came back here many a times, and I had many a conversations with her, and I tried to keep it, level, and people just tore it apart, and I even had questions at one point, like, can you show this to me? Can you show that to me, please, so that we can give you some people off your back? I tried, I did, and she did show me some stuff. So
you'd have been the best one to talk to her, I would think, out of all the people that you named.
I tried, I did, and I feel really bad because of the way she was treated. And truly, her only basis by what she did was she was afraid for other kids, and
she had a daughter too. She had a daughter.
Yeah, she had a few kids, but her daughter was a student at WSU, I believe.
Right.
And so there was just, and she was friends with other people there. And then Dave came out and reiterated a lot of what she said, and then some. And then he had to disappear because he was threatened as well. So you take that for what it is, folks. That's all I'm saying.
Man, you are into this case, sir. You have so much memory.
The things that she shared with me, she only shared so much of it with me because she was afraid, and I get it.
Right.
And it was just, she shared with me a long time ago the messages of Steve Gonsalves leaking things and trying to get people to spread lies, and the conversations that he had with other people, other creators. So I knew about that, and I knew that was true by looking at the messages. She shared those things with me. There were other things that she couldn't share at all because she couldn't get those things to be able to show me, and that kind of stuff. But many conversations we had late at night, okay, long conversations, not here, and a lot of it, like I said, at this point now, I'm going, I'll be damned, I'll be damned, I'll be damned, So, and that's why I publicly apologized many times now, for not being more supportive than I was. I tried. But it was coming down on me too. So
yeah, I mean, it's your channel, you're talking, and it's you're the one taking, if you're letting this lady talk and everybody in the chats turn around going, get this lady out of here, she's full of shit, so on and so forth. That's a tough decision on you as the moderator, as the channel owner, to decide what to keep, how to keep going, with that conversation. And you're usually pretty damn good at it. Oh, can I say something real quick before I forget? Fuck Drunk Turkey Show. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that, but that's the way I am, Dago. I'm sorry. I'm as much crazy about this case, and the way other creators handle it is just, I mean, I watch maybe 2 or 3 of you guys.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all that's worth it to me. The rest, so many idiots, and to sit here tonight and remember about those conversations with her, man, it just brings up all kinds of things in my mind again,
And Cat Lady, that statement there on one show, you shut her down. She was going to say something to Dolphin, because I knew that if she said what she was going to say, she was going to be ridiculed, and it was going to turn out bad for her. And I just didn't want that to happen anymore.
Right.
Because she was being attacked left and right. And like, I tried to keep it leveled out in some senses. And she had so much to say that, she would tell me, like, you have to keep me reeled in, Dago, things like that. And I did. But, like I said, a lot of the stuff that has come out from then, we're seeing it now. And she even made that statement. You guys will see it in the end. It will come out. Here we are. So Absolutely, cat lady, no problem. So that was an issue too, in some senses. I had to make sure because there were people. I was getting a lot of bad emails back then. A lot of people were attacking me. And I still have haters that say ignorant, nasty things about me, and they will, and that's okay. I'm good with that because I have enough people. I'm surrounded by enough just amazing people that will support me, that are good people. That's okay. You can call me names. You can be mean to me. My skin is thick enough. I've been through it more than once. It's all good.
Yeah.
I know why I'm here, and I know why I do what I do. That's all that matters to me, because it sure as hell is not to get rich, folks, because I'm not rich by any means.
And if you don't like it, don't watch. Period.
That's
Just
I
that
think,
simple.
yeah. Hey, what's up, Phil? Thank you for joining us tonight. Nothing happened at Darby. We're just talking about some of the stuff that's happened in the past with statements that were made about the case and how things came out and didn't come out. That's
We
all.
also talking about how gorgeous you are.
No, I got that whole laryngitis thing going on again, SRB. Sorry.
Lay off the cigarettes. There you go.
That's more or less probably what it is, yeah.
Of course it is. As I smoke.
And plus I've been reading nonstop for the past 12 days, so
Yeah, that's true. All those. God, I don't know how you do it.
welcome, Yvette. Thank you, and I appreciate that very much. Now see all that other stuff, Angel. I didn't follow a lot of that, but I think that a lot of that came along with her being attacked too, and I think that was her way of not saying it's right. Okay, nobody's perfect, but that was her way of making herself feel better about the situation. I guess that's just a guess. That's all I'm saying. So,
Do we do it?
we're gonna do it. That's right, Lily. Welcome, by the way. Tonka, good to see you. And anybody I missed, I will catch up. Thank you so much for joining us. Sandra, welcome. Good to see you. All right, let's do it. Let me get this up here and start rolling through this. If I can, there it is again. All right. Oh, wait, we don't need that. 1 second. There we go. All right, so these are the new photographs that I got. Everybody got. Welcome, Dragonfly. Good to see you. And I know I'm always late to the game, folks. But I do it my way. They do it their way. They do it their way, and they do it their way. So, but you're all here, and that's what matters. Welcome, Linda. Good to see you tonight. Thank you. Ashley K, great to see you as well. Exactly, Tomboy. That's a great way to put that. Welcome, Phil. Speaking of which, real quick, folks, the other gentleman, Phil, that comes in here a lot, my wife takes care of him at her facility when he goes for dialysis. I guess is having a rough time. So if everybody could keep Phil, I can't think of Phil's last name right now, and I'm ashamed of that. I'm sorry. But if you can keep Phil in your thoughts and prayers, he's having a really hard time right now with his situation. As a community, I appreciate that. And that means a lot to him as well as myself. So thank you for that. Phil Hughes, thank you, SRB. God, I love you guys. You guys, I couldn't do this without you guys. Philip Hughes, that's it right there. So yeah, he's not doing well. He's having a rough time, and I just want him to know that as a community, we all support him. We're thinking of him, and hopefully, he's in my thoughts and prayers. And if you're a praying person, just say an extra one for Phil, if you will, and hopefully we'll see him here soon again.
Prayers for Phil, please.
Welcome, Gen 7. Good to see you. Cat K, always happy to have you as well. And on we go. And thank you guys for that, by the way. So, I don't even know what this here is, but we're going to start here and move forward. The gathering place, it's called. Oh, I think this is the thing they put together on campus, I think. I heard that it was like a rock garden or something. It says, 1 minute, guys. I can't even read that, so I can't read it to you. No, that's out of 2018. Maybe I'm wrong then. Okay. That's the Arboretum. Okay, then it is. Woke up in 84, and there you go. The Arboretum. Thank you. Randy, thank you for that, buddy. I can't see who got them. SRB, if you were able to, let me know. Randy just dropped 5 new memberships. Thank you so much for that. And very generous and very gracious. I appreciate that so much, Randy. God bless. Whoever got them, welcome to the sauce. Grateful to have you in the family and as part of the team here.
In the sauce.
In the sauce. That we spill that sauce every day. We don't spill tea here, we spill sauce.
Naturally.
Oh, this is the area where they found blood on the step. That's right. Okay.
Now where is this? Is this behind the house?
No, this is over. This is over on campus, if I'm correct.
Yeah, it's the Arboretum.
Yes.
Oh.
And in one of these photographs, I guess there's blood that they had found on the steps. Is this it here? Maybe could be. Let me blow it up a little bigger. Oh, it went over, didn't it? Yeah, it did. It only goes so big. Maybe no, maybe not.
Maybe not.
It's here somewhere.
Huh. Be a good cop to find that stuff. Oh, wait a minute. So when did they find this?
It was in one of the reports that I had read. Third one down, Rose said. Oh, right there. See it? There's some right there.
Whatever.
Little tiny bit right here.
Yeah. I bumped my knee on a stone.
They kind of look like mulberries. Okay. You know, and down.
There's no doubt in my mind that Ann Taylor received that in discovery.
Oh no, I agree with that. Yeah. Oh, there's some there. So the rock that looks like granite. There's some. See right here.
Yeah, to the right.
And right here.
Yep.
If you can see my cursor. There and there. They said that this wasn't blood though in the report, but it sure as hell looks like it to me. What else did that look like? It's over here. And there. That's blood, right?
Sure looks like it.
Does to me too. And here.
Yeah. Oh, come on. It's everywhere.
No, it's got to be over on these larger areas here, and there's some there. Somebody. Interesting.
So now where are these pictures from? From LA?
This came from, yeah, ISP released this.
Yeah.
I don't know. Ketchup, I think, would be a little more. It would dry differently, first of all.
Yeah, it'd be darker.
Right. That looks like blood to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there. Your ketchup would dry almost like a plasticky. I hate this. It's hard to say.
Probably have a shine to it, maybe.
Yeah, like a sheen over it, in my opinion, for sure. Yeah, that's blood. There's some here too, right there, kind of like with a tail on it.
Yep. It's a comet of blood.
A drag. There you go. Yeah, right there.
Right there it is. Yep.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of blood on different things, over the years, because which I'm sure a lot of you have too. But that looks like blood to me, just as much as the blood on the foundation at the house. Now, see that does too, but it also kind of looks like melted crayon, possibly. But I don't think that would make no sense though. Aquarian gifted 5 memberships as well. I can't tell who got those. I wish I could, but thank you so much, Aquarian. Congrats to those of you that did. So we got 10 new meatballs jumping in the sauce with us tonight. That's awesome, and I appreciate that very much. God bless Aquarian. Very gracious, very generous.
Very nice, Aquarian. Thank you. Jago, thanks you.
I definitely don't think it's semen, Dustin.
Jeez.
Definitely not that one. But they're just little droplets and drags of it, which could be.
This is how far away from the house, though?
It's on campus. I'm not 100% sure if I remember exactly how far from the house it was.
So if the cops are looking around, they just happen to go up this little pathway of rock, and they say, "Hey, wait a minute! Look at this. This looks like blood."
What I think happened is I think somebody.
It could have been a fight that the boys had, you know, whatever the last night's party was.
That could have been a bloody nose or something too, or somebody cut their finger or anything. Okay.
I don't see how that could possibly have anything to do with the case.
But everything that was going on around campus, they were looking into. That came from somebody walking through there after the murders had happened and seen blood and said, "Oh my God!" And they called. They left one of the tips, right?
Well, that's cool. That's a good thing.
So this is, you know, some of this stuff we've already seen.
I'm doing the best I can to share.
I appreciate it.
Trying not to be selfish.
This was put in here because they found there was new screws that looked like put in here, so they paid attention to that, from my understanding, for that reason. Let me shrink this down just a little bit.
Somebody crawled through the vent, huh? Sure.
There was a rumor flying out there that they could have hid the weapon in there, so obviously we know that they didn't.
Weapons.
All right, so these are some personal property of this is the couch in the house. Arizona, complete that. Who was from Arizona again? Was it Xana? No. Yeah. That could have been hers.
Yes, wherever was left.
Yummy.
Yeah, that makes sense because that's Xana's car. And we've seen, like I said, we've seen some of this already. All right, let's see here.
You still with us, Eddie?
I'm still with you.
Cool.
Okay, so I think we're getting to where we're coming up on Bryan's apartment now.
These are all new, right, Jago?
Most of these, yeah. Most of them. And I'm going to go through these. Hold on, I'm going to mute you, Randy, because there's a little bit of background noise.
My boy.
Sorry.
Okay. That's okay. No problem. I'm going to go through these kind of slow. And just to make sure that nothing gets missed, we're looking through here. Yeah, this is his apartment here. Little outdoor patio. That's the other building. There's a basketball court back there. Excuse me. Oh, shoot. Eddie, give me, both you guys, give me one quick second. Let me grab my drink real fast.
Gen 7 says they're twisting the book titles already. I can imagine. It's blatantly obvious what can be derived from those books, and yet they're going to twist it.
What books? You mean books coming out?
Have you
Like
seen have you seen
Patterson?
like the photographs of his Pullman apartment yet, Randy?
No, I thought
Oh, okay.
that's what
Well,
we were
that
looking at.
explains why you don't know. Yeah, what he's studying in the books. You know, they took photographs of the books in his apartment.
Okay.
If you were to see, you know, what subject matter those books covered, you would be able to
Okay. I
see,
think I know.
you know, what it's
Where-
almost like a reflection of what we saw during these, you know, what's it been, 2.5 years. It's almost like he had a vision into the future. He knew, yeah, but yeah, of course, the guilters and mainstream media, they're going to twist what these books are about.
Right.
And I won't be able to recite them to you. I'll just wait for you to see them for yourself. But when you do,
Well,
you'll understand.
Do you think it might be coming up here because he's shown Kohberger's apartment now? Do you
Oh,
think it
good.
might be in
Well,
these
then
pictures?
then we're there. We're just moments away.
Sweet.
But keep that in mind. What Gen 7 said is they're twisting it. So hold that thought until you see the titles of the books and the subject matter and the writings. You know, he has done papers and.
Did Ellie like open these books up? I mean, was this something that was sitting out, or you know?
No, but it looks like they took, you know, with his term papers or whatever, you know, his research is in these papers. They took photographs of, you know, we can actually read them. It looks like they have taken pictures of all the pages of those papers that he wrote. So yeah, it's again, it's like he predicted all of this.
Okay, so
I don't want to give too much away, but you'll see.
Yeah, you've already seen these pictures.
Yeah, and to head off, you know, for damage
read
control, to head it all off, they're putting the spin on it. But there's only one way to see it.
Oh, come on!
There's only one conclusion. Yeah.
Did you read? Now you read them, Eddie, as you saw these pictures.
Yeah, it's in Pav's video, so I just
paused
the
it.
extent of the reading I did was, you know, just watching Pav's video. I haven't been anywhere else, but I've seen enough to understand.
Who was it?
Say that again?
Whose video?
Oh, Pavarotti.
Oh, Pavarotti. Okay. Yeah. Oh, man, I can't figure that guy out one way or the other. He's got a lot of good stuff though. But yeah, I didn't know he put that up there. I'm kind of surprised. If he put anything up there and said new pictures, I would have probably watched it. But I think Dago maybe will get there. Maybe that's what we're watching.
And maybe there's been, you know, many other content creators that have, of course, covered it by now as well too.
Hi, Jackie Bushable. I'm just gonna look at chat here. Row, chat, Jackie Bushable, Brian Rambles. I think he was giving me a hard time earlier for something. No, I'm just kidding. I hope Dago's okay. He's usually not gone this long. It only takes 7 minutes to smoke a cigarette, Dago. Come on. All right. I guess I will. What about the blurred out hands of the cop, Eddie?
Sorry about that, you guys.
Oh, there he is. Okay, thank goodness.
Okay. Jackie Bushable, welcome. Good to see ya. All right, on we go. These are his patio, like balcony, whatever you call those things. There's his vacuum. Closet.
No clothes.
Hangers, vacuum. Well, I don't know that he used that closet for clothes, though. You know what I mean?
Okay. It might be a spare. Yeah.
Right. And he left his vacuum there, his broom, his hangers. To me, that says you're going back. Let's see what we got here. I don't know what that is truly, but
it's his cosmetic bag.
Looks like an air mattress. Maybe he used that when he first moved in. I was not, Dustin. I was getting a drink refill.
Yeah, of course he's going back in his own
Yeah,
thoughts.
I mean, look, there's his fabric softener, his toilet paper. You don't leave all that shit. There's all his personal paperwork and different things. He was going back.
Get to that paperwork.
Oh yeah, it's coming. That looks like a lot of junk mail, some of it, but
We got anything to read? I'm gonna have to pause it if you don't.
what's that? But yeah, I'm gonna read them for sure when I get to those. When I get to that part. Excuse me.
Eddie's got me all worked up now.
Yeah, once I go through this, you're gonna see Randy like, what the hell?
Jesus.
That looks like some form of like a pocket knife or something, folks. But look at all this. This is all personal, private property. He was going back. Period.
2 notebooks there. Oh, it's a lot of crap there. You wouldn't leave all that.
Air filters for the car, right? There's all his laundry detergent, and if you're gonna go home and never go back there, or think you're never going back, you're not gonna leave your laundry soap and stuff.
Right. Fabric softener.
Take it with you. That stuff's not cheap, right? There's another thing. He left a TV and a personal card, his entertainment stand. There's one book, Criminal Justice. Yeah, all this is left behind. So don't tell me he wasn't going back. And that tells me that if all of these books that he knew, or he didn't think, in my opinion, that he was going to have to worry about not going back. You know what I mean? I don't know what that is, but it's blacked out, of course.
Oh. It's just drugs.
Why the innocent plead guilty? I'm sure they pull these all out. They do. Criminal justice practice and process. That's not even out of the plastic yet, so he didn't get a chance to use that yet. There's his Amazon Fire Stick box. Yeah, you don't leave a TV behind if you ain't going back either.
Well, what are they blacking out? That's what I want to know.
I think that might be a photograph. It looks like a picture frame, and it could be a photograph of something that they don't want to see. Sour Patch, good to see you. I thought I'm pretty sure he felt that he was going back after the holidays. Okay, so this is a card. I can see it reflected on the side over here that was written to him with like a note on it. So therefore, that's why they blacked it out. And riding an alligator. There's his remote for that, and his air conditioning, and that. Okay, and there's a lamp there. Both of your egos.
Weird ass card right there.
What does that say? You are a blank and professor. Laugh my ass off. Okay.
From the students, maybe.
Big stick. Well, somebody had a friend or somebody.
What? They found that card interesting, I guess.
Bryan, November 21st. It's probably, it's his birthday card, right? So somebody gave him a birthday card. That wasn't his parents either, because he left the damn coffee pot and everything. Microwave.
He was going home for a visit to the family after he...
That's what I'm seeing. Like he went home for the holidays and was going back after.
Yeah, I just killed 4 people, and now I'm gonna just go visit the parents, and I'll be back.
And I think somebody that would have done that would have completely, you know what I'm saying? I just don't think they would have.
Get the hell out of town.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing, is he never tried to hide himself or anything else.
Right.
Oh, there's little tools there. Let's see, we got screwdrivers, tape, nothing of any. It's just standard tools. Hamilton big. That's for the microwave.
Manuals.
Oh, yeah. He left his silverware and his knives behind, of course.
Yeah. Pizza
and folks, there's food in the refrigerator. That tells me right there he was going back. You just don't leave all this stuff. Pots and pans are all left there.
Man, they got pictures of everything. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
they took pictures of all of it.
Every drawer, every cabinet.
Brown sugar left in the drawer. All that water there, he left there too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was going back after the holidays. Period. I'm
Man, wish
100%, because that was one of the rumors put out there. You guys, oh, he packed up everything and he took it all. He was not planning on going back because he knew that he shut up. Just shut
Guys,
up.
he was a fugitive from justice. He was going to hide out in the Poconos.
Yeah, at his mom and dad's house. Nobody did. Look at everything. He left it all.
Yeah, there's the water. There's a lot of water. Look, there's his.
Oh, looks like he had decent taste in the olive oil there.
Yeah.
Bartoli.
Yeah, good stuff.
Excuse me. Oh, somebody like Thai food, vegan stuff.
Where's the vials? He had vials of blood.
What? Oh. So your spices, cooking, coffee, decaf coffee.
God, how many cabinets they have in this house?
Quite a few.
Yeah, I want that kitchen. I thought mine was in pretty good shape.
Right. Welcome, Dustin. Thanks for joining us.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Sure thing.
What's the picture? Can I ask you what you're talking about? I was kind of late to what you're talking
These
about.
are all these photographs are photographs from Bryan KOHBERER's apartment after he left to go home for the holidays. And it just shows everything he left behind and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Hey, Dustin.
Hey.
Here we go. Like I said, folks, it's a fridge full of food.
He's definitely going back. You don't leave all that food.
He's definitely a pizza fan. And yet, like I said, he was vegan. So everything he's got is definitely vegan type stuff.
Vegan pizza. That sounds pretty good. Vegan pizza.
Right.
What is that?
Tofu and cauliflower pizza bowl. Yeah, this is all vegan food. And then we got tofu there.
Yeah.
And hummus. I love it. I love the hummus. One of my
Really?
favorites. Yeah, I love hummus.
That's a bad thing.
My wife makes it sometimes, and then she's talking about, or not buys it a lot, but she's talking about making it homemade. It's really good stuff. All right, so here we are with some more of the books.
Let's read them. Let's read.
Let me see. It says, give me a minute here, and I'll blow this up so I can see it better for you guys. Mass incarceration on trial. Research methods, social health themes. There's a little air conditioner there. Research methods and the social and health sciences. Making something, I can't see it, unsafe in the ivory tower. Oh, interesting. Trial by jury. Mass incarceration on trial. Jonathan Simon. A trial by jury. Unsafe. Sexual victimization of college women. Sexual victimization of college women that he's reading up on. Wow.
No, wait a minute. That's like an overlay on top of books. Where's that coming from?
That's covering up his his personal information right there. This is an Amazon receipt.
I'm talking about what this thing says. This is a white overlay over a picture of the books. Where's the information coming from? Are they saying it's in this book or something?
But no. That's the title of the book right there. And then this is a Amazon receipt for a textbook called Snow. Or no, it's called or it's a textbook from Amazon. I can't read it. Hold on. Or no, that's the receipt for this book, Randy.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay.
That's why they put it on top.
No big
Convicted.
deal.
Look now. Start looking at these books, you guys. Okay. Convicting the innocent.
Huh.
Charged. The new movement to transform American prosecution and end mass incarceration. Here's another good. This is interesting. Why the innocent plead guilty and the guilty go free. That's interesting.
Probably read that one a few times.
Right. Delinquency and modernity in suburbia, America's safest city. Let the Lord sort them out. The rise and fall of the death penalty. A father's search through America's mental health madness. Book called Crazy. Rise of the warrior cop. The militarization of America's police forces. That's interesting.
Well, how about America's safest city? Did you see that one?
Oh yeah.
Right there.
The delinquency and modernity of suburbia.
Strange.
All
it's
right.
a little different than the rest of them. Here we go.
Make sure to adjust your aim based on gap, which also need to emerge from burglary lit. So he's writing on these are papers and stuff that he's writing about in his classes. Flowery language and constant use of passive voice, harder to read and interpret. Careful with the flowery language. Oh, okay. Paraphrasing into spelling. Oh, gotcha. All right. Research topics. Here we go.
Is this the stuff, Eddie? Is what you're talking about?
It is.
Sweet. Okay. I'm going on
Maybe
mute.
not.
Read away.
All right. Topic. Theoretically important offender decision making emotionally and burglary with theft material gain as the end. While an analysis of criminal behavior under the lens of rational choice perspective considers the intuitive notion that offenders weigh costs against benefits when committing crimes. Not all criminal actions reflect a rational instrumental process. For instance, crimes of passion involve reactive violence, which manifests due to intense emotional arousal. Confounding notions of an exclusively cold criminal calculus with respect to the limitations of the rational choice perspective, the minimization or exclusion of the analysis of the influence of affectivity on offender decision making permeates existing research. Such a dearth of research surrounding emotions and decision making, particularly regarding how emotions may interfere with the cost benefit analysis of offenders and preludes, a true apprehension of the intricacies of offender decision making in various offense contexts. Further compounding this deficiency, studies surrounding the influence of emotionality on offender decision making throughout the crime commission process are scarce, as in the variety of crimes included in the topic. Probing sex offenses and robbery are the only crimes discussed. Considering such a gap, a need to expand on existing literature is clearly discerned, which the current proposal wishes to do so by understanding how emotions, both positively and negatively, influence the decision making involved in burglary before, during, and after crime commission. The topic will be probed by way of in-person semi-structured interviews in a correctional setting. Sorry, these are notes to the side. Feel like a lot to blank. I can't really see it. Sorry. Topic 2, practically important, an exploration of the training needs of officers conducting digital forensic examinations. The utilization of technology presents as a proliferating and multifaceted aspect of daily contemporary life, reflective of its ingrained nature in many elements of contemporary life, even those that are unconventional. Technology has inevitably become a fruitful source of inculpatory and exculpatory criminal evidence. In fact, digital evidence is identifiable in every type of investigation conducted by local, state, and federal authorities. Given the adaptability and amplitude of digital evidence, the identification, collection, analysis, and storage of such data is paramount to efficaciously and successfully, administering justice. Unfortunately, there is currently no training standard to which digital forensic examiners conduct analysis, confounded by the fact that local police departments are notably understaffed and under-resourced to rise to the challenges that arise from the processing and storage of digital evidence. That's interesting. The extent to which local police officers are undertrained, look how he circled that, undertrained, and that leads down to underneath it says evidence of way by survey. Okay. Needs to be indicated in order to fully understand the needs of local police departments with respect to digital evidence, which few studies have explored. The current proposal wishes to explore the training needs of officers conducting digital forensic examinations of evidence by way of survey. The survey will enable that officers convey the area of expertise that they have obtained through experience and or training, thus shedding light on the areas of proficiency and deficiency.
Jacob,
Yeah.
I think you just read the longest. It just, from the top of this to the bottom, it just doesn't make sense. It sounds like the longest run-on sentence I've ever heard in my life. I mean, is it because I'm not up to date on this kind of training and stuff, or does this sound
to present this to a larger audience? That's Pav broke it down in such a very, I guess, easy way for others to understand. He highlighted some of the key ideas and the phrases in the paragraphs, and shared those, and then explained what they mean. He has a way of presenting evidence that's kind of second to none, so it doesn't confuse, because when you're presenting something like this, it's kind of heavy material.
Yeah,
present that to a larger audience, it is going to sound just like one run-on sentence.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I'm sitting here reading along, and Dago.
This is the first time I've read this with you guys, so
I'm just nothing against your reading, sir. It's just that.
Well, there's a letter
that you're reading to me doesn't make any kind of sense at all.
Well, it's all about law enforcement and training and things like that. Well, like he said right here, he circled that they are undertrained, and then he asked, basically, is that an assumption or a fact? I think it's a fact, but and it says here both topics are good. Without surprise, find the first two blah 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 more interesting, but it's clearly more long term. The second opinion or option could be good. New line. Okay, yeah, I can't read it all. So, I mean, I only this is the first time I read it. I'm gonna have to go back. I'll probably go back through and read it again, and then once I do that, then I can give like a synopsis of what my thoughts are on this. But this is nothing from what I understand, as compared to what comes up after.
Right.
So I just want to of all that we read, I just want to
Go
comment
ahead.
on the undertrained, because people are going to take that and run with it like, aha, we've been saying that all along. Brett Payne, he's only got 2 years and yada, yada, yada. I mean, in this paper, Bryan KOHBERER is saying that they're undertrained, probably for doing these specific things, and that may be true. But there's no parallel with that to this case. This case, I mean, in real world, yeah, that could be very true. But in this case, this is not an example of undertraining got them to the wrong guy. That's like unintentional. What happened
Right.
here in this case was very intentional. It had nothing to do with undertraining.
I got you, Eddie. I got
Okay.
you.
Just
Not at
saying.
all.
Read on, McDuff.
Welcome, Pieces Needed. Happy birthday. Thank you so much for joining us today. I hope you're having a great day.
56. You young child.
All right.
And Diego, if you need a break, let me know.
Yeah, I might do it because my voice is a little strained and I don't want people to do that. But hold on here. Topic 1, theoretically important offender decision making emotionally, and burglary, something theft, material gain as the end. I don't think I can move that over anymore. Probably not. I don't think so, because the way they took the picture. While an analysis of criminal behavior under the lens of the rational choice perhaps considers the intuitive notion that offenders weigh costs against benefits when committing crimes. So basically what that's saying is it's questioning. Do criminals, think about the cost of what their crimes are going to cost them against what it's going to gain, what they're going to gain from it. What's up, Fizzy? Oh, is it the same one? Did I read that already? I'll be damned. You're right. Okay. Sorry. They must have taken more than one picture. And here we go. It's a little better. So this is a case that he's working to work his paper on. It's State versus Stewart.
Yeah, I think this one is pretty interesting material.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah, and it's got it listed as, it's broke down in facts, issue, rule, and analysis. Peggy Stewart, the defendant, was charged with first-degree murder after she killed her husband when he was sleeping. Stewart's husband would repeatedly abuse both Peggy and both their daughters, Carla and Laura. The husband repeatedly put a gun to Peggy's head, forced her to commit sexual acts, such as oral sex, and killed one of her cats. Trigger warning. Stewart presented the case that she killed him in self-defense and was supported by testimony from her daughters. Stewart had escaped from her husband and entered a hospital where she told a nurse that she wanted to shoot her husband, and her husband collected her from the hospital and threatened to kill her if she ever left again. Stewart that night then took a loaded gun and shot her husband while he was sleeping. I can't read his note over there, so sorry. Now, the issue with this is whether the criminal defendant can apply with a defense based on battered woman syndrome. The threat the defendant is facing must be imminent, or the defense will no longer be applicable. Which does make sense. Now, the rule with it says, yes, for a criminal defendant to claim, or he crossed out yes. So for a criminal defendant to claim self-defense based on battered women syndrome, the threat the defendant is facing must be imminent. Otherwise, the defense cannot be used or applicable. So basically, it has to be that this woman is afraid for her life, that she's going to lose her life. Otherwise, it cannot be used as a defense for that. In the analysis of it, it says the court held to the such that opinion because there was no imminent danger present at the time of the act. Self-defense could not be used. Reasonableness is central to the idea of self-defense, and the idea that the defendant was in imminent danger and that the defendant used the proper amount of force to go against the danger. The court did acknowledge that Peggy Stewart had been abused by her husband and that her children had suffered harm under him as well. However, the court did see that the reasonableness of shooting her husband in his sleep while the threat of imminent danger was not present did not fall under the claim of self-defense. The court also looked at the facts that Peggy Stewart at the time had access to 2 different vehicles and was in a position of leaving her situation instead of shooting her husband, therefore leading the court denying Peggy Stewart's appeal of not guilty. The problem with this is, folks, is that she knew that if she left and took a car and left, that he was going to come and find her. And it was just a never-ending cycle, okay? And that's how you have to look at this. I know we're not covering the paper, but I'm just telling you, that's how I think she would feel. It's a never-ending cycle. No matter what she does, he's going to come back. He's going to keep coming back and getting her and bringing her back, and he's threatening to kill her. And at one point, when is enough, and when is he going to take her life? That's why she did this, okay? And it's interesting that he's covering this. This sounds like a serial killer to me, or a mass killer that's going to go kill 4 people is writing on stuff like this. Excuse me. The conclusion is that Stewart was found guilty as the defendant must be facing imminent danger because the defense must happen out of necessity and not be based on the possibility of danger in a future situation. In the case of Stewart, her husband was sleeping when she killed him. That's the hard part with this, because he was asleep. And while there was no threat of imminent danger to Stewart's person, that's it. Okay. All right. Criminal justice and criminology federal funding. Okay, so these are just the links to show him the National Institute on Drug Abuse, Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism, NSF Law and Science Program. These are funding sources so that he can continue his education and not worry about funding and the places he can get funding, so on and so forth. I'm guessing. Office on Violence Against Women. Yeah, sounds like something an incel would have in their person, you know. Becoming a peer reviewer. National Institute of Justice, Office of Justice Programs. More generally, recommended reading. The Art of Grantmanship. Interesting. More papers. NIJ merit review criteria. NIJ proposal narrative specifications. Okay. Let's see. This is just more stuff he's doing. Let's get there. The Rakoff quiz. This must have been that was a survey question. America, the nation that houses 25% of the world's inmate population, despite consisting of only 5% of the world's population, was designed to be the most procedurally just nation in the world. The founding fathers believed that all citizens deserved the right to a speedy trial by jury, one which was considered a basic liberty that all citizens deserve. Beyond the shocking breadth of the American prison system, there lies more evidence of procedural injustice, namely that our system has produced many false confessions. Wow. What follows is a discussion of the nature of false guilty pleas within the country, as well as an explanation of what might be done to rectify the problem. Understand something too, folks, that Bryan never went back to his apartment when he was picked up in Pennsylvania, ever. This was there, and he left, and he never went back to this. So this is wild. Like I said, it's like he looked into the future and foresaw his own story. Go ahead, Eddie.
Yeah, he's talking about false guilty pleas.
This is crazy, folks. Do you feel like reading a little bit, bud?
If I can
let me blow it up.
Yeah, I don't know if you We'll give it a try.
I can't blow it up because it'll take it off screen.
Yeah. Then I wouldn't be able to. It's pretty blurry.
I could probably do it. There you go. Hello? Anybody home?
No, I got it, Randy. It's okay. I'll see how much further I can get, and we'll go from there. If not, if you feel like doing it, then oh yeah, I know it's not that crazy, Lucy. Since 1989, there have been 2,400 falsely convicted citizens that have been proven. Criminologists believe that the scope of false convictions may span from 2 to 8% of all convictions, indicative of a system that somewhere in its functioning unjustly strips citizens of their life and liberty. Furthermore, 9 to 10% of Innocence Project exonerees pleaded guilty to crimes they did not commit. This is insane. There are two main ways in which these unsettling statistics and estimates reflect the shortcomings of the American justice system, according to Rakoff citizens. Decreased access to the courts, as well as issues in forensic science. Decreased access to courts is a multifaceted contributor to false guilty pleas. Firstly, these issues disproportionately affect people of color, as is evident in the disproportionate minority confinement DMC statistics, e.g., 40% of the prison population is Black, 20% is Hispanic, and unfortunately, Rakoff estimates that in the coming years, 1 in 3 Black men between the ages of 22 and 35 might be incarcerated. This is the first layer of how false guilty pleas manifest. That is, disadvantaged citizens are seemingly targeted and subjected to the harshest of punishments. This is wild, y'all. I can't see that at all, you guys. I'm sorry. Let me see. Yeah, this is something that followed a tough crime era such as heart. Yeah, I can't read that either. It's kind of blurry to me. Let's get to this other thing. Hold on. So that's the Rakoff theory there. Those are upside down. Development and diversity. Mass incarceration and prosecutorial power, a remedy. Bryan KOHBERER, Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology of Washington State University. Criminal justice processes and institutions. Interesting. Very interesting. Excuse me. What's the matter? Everything okay, Lucy? Maybe he pled guilty to research it from the perspective of a person who pled guilty when innocent. You know, I've been thinking about that. Could you think? I mean,
That's interesting. That's
that's a really interesting theory. What's going on?
Taking my schooling a little too far.
Rapper, come on, bro. Maybe that would be a hell of an experiment, wouldn't it, Eddie? And Randy,
Yeah, wouldn't that be something?
That would be insane. And oh, that's a hell of a risk to take, you know? This is nuts.
It seems like he has a lot of material on, the innocent pleading guilty.
It's that's why I titled this like I did, Brandy, because it's like he looked into the future and he's telling his own story. It's nuts. Right. It is absolutely insane. What if this entire thing was some kind of a crazy ass experiment?
Where's the ending? We need the ending.
Yeah, well,
how does it all
this is like the beginning of a story that I can't see it.
You guys, you ever watch like 60 Days In? It's a reality TV series where volunteers go undercover as inmates for 60 days.
Yes.
I sure as hell have, many a times. I can't imagine that they would put him into that.
That's crazy shit.
Jury deliberation to decide between law and justice. Wow. Here's the thing, folks. It's obvious that Bryan understands all this too. Now that we're seeing this, okay.
Yeah, he knows what he got himself into. He knows. I mean, he studied it for Christ's sake.
Myopic decisions review. Interesting.
He would have known right away.
Yeah. Maybe that would explain that statement. You think, Eddie? I can't wait to be exonerated for this.
Yes.
Right.
And he had a little too much faith in the system, though. That's the problem. That's the sad part. He believed in the system, you guys. But he sees right here that there are issues within the system. That's the sad part.
Why is all
Yeah,
this
here
shit
he
upside
illustrates
down?
all the problems in the system. And it's almost like, he's going to disrupt the establishment.
Yeah, right. Dr. Pennault on sex offenders' myopic decision review by Bryan KOHBERER. Wow, this is almost like unbelievable, to be honest with you. Come on, let me get to this other thing here. Studying offender decision making effectively displayed significant interactions. Such interactions were bolstered by the number of incidents. Okay. And you got to remember that thing that he did, that paper he did where he was asking criminals questions. Yeah, you're right. That's the best way to put it too. It's like a weird ass manifesto. Bingo.
Yeah. Yes.
That's the best way to write it. Yeah, Lucy, that's perfect. Yes, he had non-vegan biscotti too. He was real about the veganism stuff.
No doubt.
That's a quiz.
Yeah, that's a pretty insightful comment, Lucy.
Yeah, it's the best way to put it, I think. You raised some good points. Like to see he's getting good marks on these things. They're giving good advice and everything on this.
Who's that?
Defendant stories illustrates how prosecutorial power and Bazelon through two defendants' stories illustrates how prosecutorial power and discretion may contribute to or determine starkly differential outcomes. Within this difference lies both hope and futility regarding mass incarcerations in the United States. Nora illustrates how prosecutorial discretion and power may be abused. Oh my God. And contribute to mass incarceration. Gee, you think, bud? Whereas Kevin's story displays the positive changes that reformist prosecutors can make within their communities. It's too bad yours wasn't doing that. Bazelon astutely utilizes the aforementioned cases to transition into a discussion reform within the district attorney's office, going as far as to outline principles for prosecutors that may improve their collective efficiency. I'm sorry. That's a different word. No, maybe it is supposed to be efficiency and fairness. What follows is a discussion of the issues that plague the American prosecutorial machine with respect to Nora and Kevin, followed by insight into Bazelon's principles for the 21st century prosecutors regarding a reform-oriented approach against mass incarceration. Good Jesus, this is nuts. Firstly, it must be stated why Americans of various walks of life, from family members of defendants to legal scholars, are imploring for change regarding the prosecution of citizens without a discussion of this. The principles that Bazelon suggests may seem arbitrary. Further, reference to the stories of Nora and Kevin is instrumental in illustrating practical examples of how, through a contrast of conventional and reformist prosecutorial approaches, the changes that Bazelon suggests may manifest. For the reader, it may be helpful to start the discussion of mass incarceration and its prosecutorial correlates by considering the statistic illustrating that America, which accounts for 5% of the world's population, constitutes a staggering 25% of the world's prison population. So basically what he's writing about here, folks, is that, that there's mass incarceration, too many people going to prison, and that there needs to be prosecutorial reform to actually try the cases the right way instead of having these people found guilty on a regular basis, and to limit the mass incarceration that's going on, which is insanely interesting to me. Yeah, Bryan is too smart, to be honest with you.
Not to
go ahead.
Derail your thoughts, but on some of those ones where like whoever was taking the photo, like if their camera isn't, if it's tilted too much the other way, it'll take like an upside down photo. So Pav was using like the rotate function. So some of those ones that you didn't read, I think, I wouldn't be able to say which ones they are, but I think some more of those that are rotated like that are speaking about why people plea. So yeah, some of that content we haven't covered, but it's very eye-opening.
Yeah, I see this.
And
now.
I wouldn't be able to say again which ones they were, but
this one's kind of dark.
There are a lot of them.
Dr. Panelist, yeah. I mean, if I can read every one, I was trying to get to one specifically, but yeah, I see now. I forgot I could spin those.
Shit out of this guy's an asshole.
I'm sorry.
Nothing. Hold on. My fault. My wife. Never mind.
No problem. No problem. I can only read parts of these, like off to the side, but some of these, yeah. Thanks for pointing that out, Eddie. I should have done that.
Yeah, maybe that's like one of them there.
Sexual offenses are a labyrinthine study under the context of instrumental rationalization. Unclear the motivations held, and decisions accutated by sexual offenders are as varied as their something, many of which reflect irrationality. Penalt et al. 2017 sought to explore some of those assumptions, particularly with respect to the bounded or imperfect nature of sex offenders' rationality, finding evidence of myopic decision-making with respect to purportedly something instrumental sexual offense motivations and outcomes. The following discussion will something literature review, methods and conclusions of Penalt et al. 2017 study on the something coercive decision making and related outcomes of sexual offending, with pertinent something being made when appropriate. The first aspect of this paper that will be analyzed, the literature review. I can't read what's written on top there. I see you guys. Explaining that the rational choice framework rests on the assumption that the rationality something is instrumental and bounded. Cornish and Clark 85. Instrumentality and pertains to utilizing sensible means to obtain a desired end, such as money or sexual gratification, whereas rationality pertains to the flaws of the decision-making process, including factors like emotionality.
What are you talking about?
And
shoot, my mic was on. I'm sorry.
Where are we at now? Rationality, one more time. Emotionality, heuristics, and attention bias, many of which were beyond the scope something for Penalt et al. 2017's research, Bounded rationality is displayed by suboptin. I can't see that word. Sorry. With respect to the rational choice framework, researchers have posted that something rewards for and positive outcomes pertaining to sexual offending, which are I can't see that one. Something goal-oriented focus of offending. Important to consider. Pednault 2017. Again, something sexual offenders desire positive outcomes that are physical and emotional in nature.
There you go. Maybe this isn't the exact one. Maybe there's more upcoming ones that are taken, with a upside down image that we haven't come to yet. I can pretty much tell by the content of the one you're reading now that that's not it. It's hard to say what,
No,
in
understood.
his
I just
video,
try to make
how
sure
he
that I
selected
forgot that
through
I could do that. Right.
Yeah.
Let me get back down to where I was then. And well, there's one there. Let's see what that one says there. Dr. Pednault's study culminates in a welcome, Docket. How are you, brother? Can you hear me? Are you there? I see you. I don't hear you.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
There we go. There we go. You're good to go. Thanks for joining us. How are you tonight?
It's good to be here. Kids are all in bed, so I figured I'd jump on for a little while.
Great to have you here. I always appreciate you very much. So thank you for joining us.
How you doing, Doggett? Nice to see you, man.
Good seeing you guys. This is fascinating stuff. These books.
I
those
can't
titles.
fight over. I knew these things. Thank you guys for helping me with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is absolutely fascinating. I agree. Let me see if I can blow this up, Eddie, and give you a chance to maybe if you want to read a little bit.
I'm willing to. If I can see it, they come kind of blurry.
There we go. I wasn't even thinking about that. I'm such an idiot. Okay.
Oh,
can you see that or no?
I don't think no. Well, I don't think so. Not well enough to read to the group.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the blurriness is through their photography. There's nothing you can be able to do to clean it up.
He doesn't want me to read.
Can you see that, Randy? Are you able to read?
I think I can. Yeah, you ready?
Go for it.
Okay. Dr. Pednault's study culminates in the discussion of how situational prevention efforts, as opposed to harsher sanctions, are paramount to, and it says protecting, and he wrote
preventing.
Yeah. Victimization. If such sanctions are not considered, the main focus should be on interfering with an offense. Maybe I can't see because I'm drinking too much.
Interfering.
Yeah. Okay. Take over, Dago. I'm sorry. I guess I'm not that good.
That's okay. With an offender's motivation and or opportunity by providing immediate costs and minimizing immediate benefits associated. Off to the side, it says unclear. With crime commission. This study provided empirical support for an important and understudied area of research, as well as informs situational crime prevention tactics. After reading this review, one must conclude that Pednault supported each hypothesis in a sound way. The comprehensive but concise nature of the writing conveyed the underlying theoretical backdrop, i.e., word choice, rational choice perspective from which the study was based via the literature review, and directly informed the manner in which sexually coercive decisions, as well as positive and negative outcomes, were conceptualized and operationally defined. The only exception being the operational definitions of light and dark, except for issues pertaining to the coding of information, are absent. If not present in the archival records, the methodology was sound, exemplified by the novel utilization of GEE models to display significance of relationships, though the results may not be generalizable to non-white populations. The number of participants inherently increased reliability to a similar population, as was displayed by Pednault. Sexual offenders' decisions are associated with positive and negative outcomes. So basically, it's stating that the decisions they make are associated with whether the outcome is going to be negative or positive or negative, which is interesting. Which is evidence for instrumental rationality. Imperfect decision making was also evidenced, supporting the notion that rationality is bounded. Further myopia in decision making, or a focus on immediate benefits and a disregard for remote costs, was prevalent. The biggest insight of this study lies in its display that immediate costs through situational crime prevention strategies may displace an offender's motivation or opportunity, thus preventing such sexual victimization.
Dago, did Bryan write this? Did he write this, Bryan?
Yeah, these are papers he wrote.
Dude, the man, he knows his stuff. How can you not see how so much far above this is from most of our heads? You know, the understanding.
He's definitely a smart guy, Randy.
The understanding he has of this type of
and these are topics that his professors are giving him to write papers on, and he's giving his feelings and thoughts based on probably some case law that he's pulled up and he's looked through and what he thinks that may make it better or worse and things like that. I mean, the guy.
You look at all the books he read. It's just this man.
That's right.
Not stupid. This man is not stupid. That's for sure. Is he going to go in and I forgot my sheath? I'm sorry. No, don't believe it. Don't believe it.
Well, not to mention that, but think about something, okay? Knowing what he knows with all of this and the fact that he obviously researches like a madman, okay, to come up with these papers. It kind of relates back to what I was wondering as far as a motive as to why Bryan could be being framed, okay? The dude could have been writing one of these papers and was researching, because he does what I call real research and looks into real cases and all that kind of stuff. And he's looking at real situational stuff and may have found something in this local area that he was researching to write one of these papers. And that is what I'm talking about. He may have fell into something by accident. And Bryan seems to come off to me, just from reading this little bit that I've read, as very much a perfectionist per se. And he's not going to do it half-assed. Let me say it that way. Okay.
Right.
He's going to do it. He's going to do it all the way. He's going to do it right. And like I said, this could explain how or why he's in the situation he's in.
So this was why he might have been picked as the fall guy.
Well, he had an option, folks. He had an option to go to two different places, if I remember right. Right? And I bet you, in my opinion, I think, there you go, Lucy. Why did he go to Idaho? Why did he choose Idaho? Because, yes, we've heard that Idaho had a really good criminology department, okay? But from my understanding, the other place that he was thinking about going did too. Did he look into Idaho beforehand and say, you know what, I'm going to go there because that place is a damn mess?
Place is a damn mess.
It struck me because...
Go ahead, bud. Go ahead. Thanks for speaking.
If you're going to be a criminology major, you're typically going to be a very pro-cop point of view person. And those book titles were not pro-cop.
No.
So I do not think this is a coincidence.
Good point.
No, not even close. Not even close. So yeah, very good point, Docket. Very good point. Wow. I'm trying to process this, and it's just like, this is insane. Really wild. So, and here he gives his references, you know, as to what he referred to, finding the thoughts and the feelings that made him write his paper on what he feels on this. So, I'm trying. I can't read this professor's writing to try to figure out exactly what the notes were here. Is a bit brief. Okay, so these are just standards, like grading things. He got an 85 on it. It's a pretty decent grade. So to me, and I've seen 85, I've seen 90, and I've seen another one that was like a 92. Somebody stated that his grades were shitty. I don't see this. I don't see that. These are pretty decent, you know.
An 85 is a great grade. I think I got through school on 85s for B.
I did way worse than that. I'll be honest with you. I'm not gonna lie.
Nah. Oh,
Yeah,
that's nice and blurry.
This is it's called the Chama quiz. I don't know what that is.
He takes a lot of quizzes. You notice that?
Well, it's a criminology thing. They do a lot of work in these classes, from what I was understanding. Realize, analyze. Welcome. Good to have you here. He enrolled in WSU, so it wasn't to go to Idaho, but to Washington. It was always about WSU. So there, like I said, there's something going on, possibly. Like, why did he choose WSU? Maybe, you know, I just said Idaho because that's the case, but we all know he was at Wazoo. So good point. Realize. So maybe they need to look into WSU. Who knows? Not that they will, but that could be part of the problem right here. Good evening to you. Thank you for joining us. So this is on the death penalty, okay? I'm guessing. It says the death penalty remains one of the most controversial topics in contemporary American society, despite its decline since the 2000s. At the focal point of this debate is the concept of justice, but also the practicality in the implementation, of such a punitive public policy. Many argue that the death penalty is not only disparately, sorry, Brian, you write bigger than I do. It's not only disparately applied, but as heinous as the actions of those who purportedly deserve it. The following discussion pertains to whether the death penalty is a valid public policy. Interesting, considering that he is in the middle of what was a death penalty case, especially in the context of history and morality. Wow. It may be helpful to first discern what a public policy is. In essence, public policies seek to positively impact a social issue in a broader sense. The focus remains on society as opposed to the policy's effect on any one individual. This logic is, of course, quite utilitarian, as the good of society validates the negatives that any individual may experience. It is a simple calculus where so long as more benefit than are harmed. Guys, I have really bad glasses. I'm trying to get new ones. That's why I keep stuttering and all that. So please excuse it. A public policy is deemed valid by its own premises. With respect to the death penalty, the key question then becomes whether the positives outweigh the negatives. When discussing this, it is important to consider that in logic, if the premises are invalid, the conclusions will be invalid. Conversely, these premises may be sound but lack true validity. Throughout Chama's book, there were various arguments that attempted to justify the validity of capital punishment as a public policy. For instance, Berger's court and various other representatives and senators argued that the death penalty serves the purpose of deterring would-be offenders from the most heinous of offenses, i.e., murder of a child police officer, certain types of felony murder. This is nuts that he's writing this and reading through this. Such arguments have also roots in the Bible, Deuteronomy, as well as ancient Greek and English politics. Implicit to that argument is that the death penalty symbolizes the domination of the state, which in theory has a net positive benefit to society. Scottus also argued that, as evidenced by history, the retributive instincts of the masses must be redirected by the state. In this sense, the state serves as a medium from which society's desires for vengeance may be satisfied. That's an interesting statement. Scottus views that if not for capital punishment, the state's power would be invalidated not only by offenders but also by citizens who, out of frustration, will seek vengeance themselves and or lose faith in the system to deliver justice. Wow. That statement right there. And or lose faith in the system to deliver justice. That reminds me of Mr. Gonsalves. It seems that Scottus argued an anarchy and vigilantism would ensue if the death penalty was not enacted in this sense. The premises behind the death penalty being enacted are sound. After all, no one wants to live in anarchy. The question is whether the death penalty is valid, which requires evidence. The answer to whether the death penalty is valid, public policy lies in the truthfulness of its premises / goals. First, there is evidence to suggest that the death penalty, rooted in systemic injustices, has caused more harm to society than good. As lynchings of black citizens and people of color generally have been prevalent since before the death penalty was given stricter requirements by Scottus, and landmark holdings such as Brown changed criminal procedure, the death of violence and negative divisive message that the state's enactment of the death penalty reverberates through society contradict this premise. Furthermore, even if one was to argue that the death penalty is not enacted on a solely racial basis, as Scottus did in 1976, it is difficult to ignore that the death penalty has been given to black citizens at a rate disproportionate, to white citizens, indicative of prejudice in practice. Wow. Even more disconcerting is that laws such as in Texas enable the arbitrary criteria determine a defendant's suitability for capital punishment, e.g., future dangerousness, heinousness, etc. It is posited that racial criteria still influence the determination of who gets the death penalty. Texas, a state responsible for a third of 1,500 executions since 1950, is argued to uphold this institution that is rooted in racism. Wow. With respect to the previous statements, opponents have argued that the death penalty clearly violated the 14th and 8th Amendments of the Constitution, for it is cruel and unusual, as well applied in a manner that reflect racial characteristics. There is also no evidence that harsher sanctioning has a deterrent effect. The validity of this policy is thus contracted in various forms. For if the public believes that Scottus does not respect the rights of citizens, anarchy and disorder would be more consistent with the reasoning of utilitarians. That is, one would expect the logic of proponents to lead to different conclusions. Finally, there is no evidence that citizens seek vengeance to a greater extent in states that do not have the death penalty, further invalidating such claims. Damn, Brian. Like Lucy said, all we got to do there is just pull out the racism word and add ASD to it, and it kind of fits with him, truly.
I want to ask you all if you can help me recall something. Remember when he was brought to the Pennsylvania State Police Barracks, he was interviewed by Detective Gilbertson and Payne for about 45 minutes. And in one of those reports, it talks a little bit about what they were, interviewing Bryan KOHBERER about. It was pretty superficial. It didn't get into much. Bryan said that
Right.
I vaguely remember seeing you before somewhere, to Payne. So that's what I'm referring to. In one of those reports, or maybe there's only one, I forget, it mentions that, it feels like Bryan KOHBERER hadn't figured out the true scope of what's happening yet. And he thought this was just like a mistake and he'd be, released shortly.
Yeah.
Just
I agree.
sharing my impression right there. But so he's making a lot of small talk. And one of those things was that he mentioned, he's trying to make a connection with the police officer. He's talking to Payne, and he mentioned that I'm just right over there in Pullman, not too far away from y'all. And it's really interesting, the work that, and he lists 2 police forces over there. I think it was Pullman Police Office, Pullman Police, and what else was it? Was it WSU?
I think it was Wazoo Campus Police. I think.
Yeah. So my point is, getting back to what we were discussing just moments ago, is it feels like he's in the know of some work that's being done, and who knows what that is. We won't know that, but I was just that came to my mind when we were discussing, talking moments ago.
Yeah, I almost wonder if once this happened, if he was in his mind challenging this situation with his knowledge that he had to be able to beat this. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I wonder, because Bryan seems like that guy that wants to challenge, especially within this kind of stuff, based on his writings, that, I'm going to beat this because I know the law. I know how these things work and how it should go.
Come on, Dago. He's still one man, can't do it in a short amount of time. Whatever his thoughts were, I just don't believe for 1 minute that it's one guy going in and, putting the knife to 4 people. It just, no.
I didn't mean that. I'm not saying he did it, you guys.
No,
You're misunderstanding.
No, I know. I know that.
What I mean is, I'm wondering if, during his trial or his hearings and all the whole case, okay, because he sat there real quiet, very calm, collected the whole time through everything. If he really possibly felt that he knows from all his research how to beat this, he thought in his mind, okay, I got this, I get this, I didn't do this, and I'm going to show you how I can prove to you I didn't do this with his knowledge, and took it as a challenge possibly, and it didn't go the way it's supposed to go. And at the end of it,
not yet, at least.
Well, up to this point though, Randy, it didn't go the way it was supposed to go, and in turn, he kind of was lost faith in the system in that aspect. And I'm just saying. Go ahead, Docket. Go ahead, bud.
I can see that. Go ahead, Docket. Mute. Unmute.
You're good. Can you hear us?
Yeah, sorry. No, I was looking through the old reports trying to find the report that Eddie was just discussing. I wasn't going to say anything. Sorry.
Yeah, it would be interesting to read that portion of that again and refresh our memory of what he said exactly. And it's funny that that's even mentioned in that report. When you think about it, they didn't have to mention that portion of their interview with him.
Right. Tomboy's saying, so why did Lana say that the FBI gave them BK's name? I think that's what we all understood, that it was a tip from the FBI, and that's how they got his name. I mean, I don't think I ever believed that, but that's what that's what we were led to believe from the beginning. When it came out? Am I correct?
Yep, that's the only explanation I got.
There is definitely a higher authority controlling MSM, and the narrative in this case as absolutely realized. I agree with that. Go ahead, Eddie. Sorry.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, I agree with that comment. Well, what I was going to say before that, to Bomb Toy's comment. So why did Lana say that the FBI gave them BK's name? Unless that's in reference to something that's like a new statement that Lana made recently, like in a live stream that happened today. Is that
I missed that one, so I don't know. Bomb Toy. I think it all starts in Boise.
She see that, yeah. Lana said she knew why they gave up his name as a tip.
Oh, did she let on to ask what that was?
Yeah, so like what Bomb Toy is referring to is something that maybe all of us don't know. It's not like long known information. It's like something Lana must have just recently, discovered and shared. At least that's the way I am taking it.
I gotta admit it, I'm lost.
Well, if you know something, Tomboy, get up.
Blood.
Am I on the right track? Did I guess it right? Is that kind of what happened? Is this something new?
They gave his name when they gave the genealogy info, right? But they had to have had a starting point, though, right?
Bombshell doesn't know who Bomb Toy is. She doesn't. She's never. You weren't there. It's an inside joke. It's Tomboy. For those of you that don't know yet,
we get it.
Yeah, that's how it went down, guys. Rach says that, but they didn't give via the genealogy results. They just gave the name. So did they have the name before the genealogy, or did they have the genealogy to get the name? That's where I'm lost at. Oh, MPD Doc Supplement 194. Does that explain it? Okay, hold on a minute. I'll grab that.
I wish I was in on this information. I wish I knew what we're talking about with why the FBI.
That's what I want to know. Yes. Give me a minute here if I can find this again. What'd she say it was, Eddie? 194. Are you sure this time? Because I'm not going to read something for 20 minutes and then. Although that was quite funny. Oh shoot, that's the wrong.
Yeah, you will. You'll read it.
Yeah, 194 looks right. I just pulled it up.
Oh, do you have it there? Okay. Give me a minute here. That's 101 through 150.
The docket's on top.
Oh, jeez, what?
150 to. Here we go.
And by the way, I'm gonna fill Bombshell in real quick because I think that was the same live stream where you called Kane Buddy
Bear. Yeah, it was a bad day for me. My mistakes, exactly. Gotta love it, guys. The end of the year clip reel should be great for this year for sure. Molly usually likes to put one of those together. All right, so yeah, 194. These are Moscow's reports, folks. This is an interview with KOHBERER in Pennsylvania. Is relating to that. Any video / audio and transcript of interview was added to the case file. It says on December 29th of 22, ISP Detective Sergeant Gilbertson, FBI, Special Agent Shirley, and I arrived in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, in preparation for the service of the arrest and search warrant from Bryan KOHBERER and his family's residence at their address in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. After several coordination meetings, Detective Gilbertson, Special Agent Shirley, and I drove to the Pennsylvania State Police Barracks at Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, to await the arrival of Kohberger after his arrest, and to interview him upon his arrival. They didn't put Payne's name in there because of my understanding, Payne was there too. But okay. Or is this Payne? Hold on. Did I just
This is Payne's report.
Sorry, I'm an idiot. I didn't look at that up top. So at approximately 0200 hours on December 30th of 22, Kohberger was brought to the PSP Stroudsburg barracks and placed in an interview room. The interview was recorded on the built-in video system at the barracks, as well as Detective Gilbertson's pocket recorder. Detective Gilbertson and I were the interviewers present. This is a summary of our interview with Kohberger and is not a verbatim transcript of the interview. A full interview transcription will be attached to this case file. You should have gave it to us. Detective Gilbertson and I began by introducing ourselves and stating which agencies we represented. When I stated who I was, Kohberger stated, "You do look familiar." Detective Gilbertson and I prepared our note-taking materials, and Detective Gilbert, stop right there. Hold on a minute. Now I'm probably reaching here because guys, I read into things sometimes, but do you think that statement was innocently made, as in you do look familiar, or was it made as in, yeah, I know exactly who you are? Just your thoughts. It doesn't have to mean it's right or wrong. Because with Bryan being as intelligent as he was, I wondered, did Eddie drop out? I think he did. I'm just curious. Because I feel like, and I know a lot of people call it cocky or whatever you want to call it, but I feel like Bryan was smart enough to be able to be smart enough, if that makes any sense to you guys.
Right. I totally see it.
So I'm just curious. That's all I was wondering. Yeah, Angel, like I know exactly who you are, in some senses. So okay. And I
there's
said,
no way from his report we're gonna get a true and accurate
exactly
explanation of what he meant when he said that.
Right.
It will all be twisted.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'd love to hear the audio for that reason, to hear the emotion in the statement. I think would answer that question. You know what I mean?
That's true.
So, anyway, I'm sorry to throw you guys off, but it kicked me in the head there real quick when I said that. So, where are we at? You look familiar. And I prepared our note-taking materials. Detective Gilbertson read Kohberger his Miranda rights advisement. Gilbertson asked Kohberger if he understood his rights, to which he replied he did, which we do know he did. After collecting his personal information and inquiring about any medications, Detective Gilbertson and I began to speak to Kohberger. Gilbertson asked Kohberger about the SWAT operation at the house, to which Kohberger replied he was concerned about his parents and his dog. It's a normal reply. Gilbertson asked Kohberger if he was going to Washington State University, to which he replied he was. We made small talk with Kohberger about sports for some time. Kohberger stated he didn't follow WSU football much, but was a baseball fan. Detective Gilbertson asked Kohberger if he had only been at WSU for one semester, which he confirmed this and said that he came to WSU with his father on July 1st. I always forget to write that date down. Kohberger then went on to say that he was a first-year PhD student in criminal justice and criminology. Detective, if I disappear, I will bring it back, folks. It's a stupid computer ghost. I'm sorry. Where was I? He first-year PhD student in criminal justice and criminology. Detective Gilbertson asked Kohberger what the process was to apply for a PhD. Kohberger stated he applied to two places, UC Irvine and WSU. Now, I don't know much about either place as far as that, but I did hear that WSU was a really good school for criminology. I don't know anything about the other one at all, but that was, a lot of stuff talked about that a long time ago. Kohberger said he was going to graduate with his master's in criminal justice from DeSales and was inspired. Kohberger said, then asked if it was okay to engage in small talk like we were, to which we replied it was. After briefly mentioning that he was strengthened by the fact his mother and father were okay, Kohberger said he applied to the two aforementioned schools because they did not require the GRE exam. I have no idea what that is to tell you folks. Kohberger then spoke about the GRE for a brief time and then said he was accepted by WSU. Gilbertson then asked Kohberger what led him down the road of becoming a professor. Kohberger stated it was because he loved being in college and stated knowledge was far more important to him than money. That's a really strong statement. Kohberger added WSU had a good program to study under and then said, you guys know all about this more than likely. Kohberger then asked questions about wait a minute. You guys know all about this more than likely. Okay. Oh, about the program being good. Sorry, guys. I'm thinking about what I was reading before, and it's coming back to me as I'm reading this. So, Kohberger then asked questions about University of Idaho and other. You know what? You guys probably can't even see that. I just realized that. I'm so sorry. There we go. Where the hell did I just lost my damn self. Sorry, guys. He then asked questions about University of Idaho and other Idaho universities before stating that he didn't know much about Idaho or Washington and had not left the tri-state area much. Kohberger then returned to speaking about his focus on learning and how he thought he could obtain his doctorate degree. Kohberger then said he recently returned home to see his family. Gilbertson then asked Kohberger about his time at DeSales University. Kohberger spoke for some time about his time at Northampton Community College and DeSales. Kohberger then spoke about how he became interested in criminal justice and stated that he thought about being a police officer, but did not want to make that commitment unless he was absolutely sure. Kohberger also spoke, Kohberger then continued to speak about his education and universities. Kohberger also spoke more about the process to get into a PhD program and how competitive it can be. Yeah, because if I'm correct, you have to be accepted into that. You can't just apply and just start going to it, That says something too. Gilbertson then asked Kohberger about his move to Washington, and Kohberger said he drove across country and wanted the challenge of driving cross country and experiencing it with his father. Kohberger then said he took a different route back home with his father for Christmas break to avoid snow. Kohberger spoke about his travels and the risks of such travels in winter. Kohberger then began to speak about the beauty of the environment and its relationship to God and a higher power. We spoke about this for some time, and Kohberger said that he was of the natural world. Wait, did I skip something here? Hold on. No, he was raised Christian, I'm sorry, but was always a skeptic except when confronted with the beauty of the natural world. Sorry about that, guys. Gilbertson asked Kohberger if he had ever been to the Pacific Northwest prior to coming to WSU, and Kohberger said he had not. I asked Kohberger if he and his family made any stops along their way back to Pennsylvania, and he told me that they visited Colorado, but the main goal was to just drive. Kohberger then told a story about seeing an unmarked police car near Kansas City speed up behind him, catch up with another vehicle, and turn on its emergency lights, then drive away. Kohberger thought that this was strange and was unsure why it occurred. Gilbertson then asked Kohberger about the job that he mentioned, and Kohberger stated that he was teaching a teaching assistant, I'm sorry. Kohberger then asked about how busy he was and how the funding package that comes along with being a teaching assistant is what makes the extra work worth it. Kohberger then discussed ongoing projects with WSUPD and Pullman PD. There you go. WSUPD and Pullman PD. So yeah. Kohberger spoke more about how being a teaching assistant is essentially assisting the professors and the department. Kohberger stated that he did not get to assist with teaching, with the exception of assisting with office hours. Gilbertson asked Kohberger if he would be a TA again next semester, and Kohberger replied that he would. So there again is another statement that, in my opinion, let me put it this way. In my opinion, if Bryan thought that this was about him, that they arrested him about this, and he wouldn't even think to answer that in that way, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Because he would imagine that they're on to me. They, at this point, they weren't. He hadn't realized that yet, I don't think. You wouldn't even say something like that, but okay.
Right. Bethany seemed to be much more worried about that type of thing when she was talked to about police than Bryan was in this, and he's sitting in a police station.
Exactly. That's a great point. That's a great point. Kohberger then stated that he understood why I guess they must have skipped he understood why they were engaging in small talk, but would appreciate it if we explained to him what he was doing there. Gilbertson asked Kohberger why he thought we were there, and he said he wanted Gilbertson to tell him. Gilbertson said that we were there because of what occurred in Moscow, but did not provide any further detail. Gilbertson asked Kohberger if he watched the news, and Kohberger said, I watched the news. Gilbertson then asked Kohberger why he thought I looked familiar. Kohberger said he wasn't sure and stated I had a familiar face and looked like someone he used to know. Gilbertson then said that we were there because of what happened in November, just off the University of Idaho campus. Gilbertson asked Kohberger if he knew what that was, to which Kohberger replied, of course. When prompted to elaborate, Kohberger said it was the incident we had been investigating for. How long has it been? See, that statement even caught me last time. Like was he maybe they're covering it in his class? Or was he? Because a lot of people questioned me on that when I read it last time. I think that he was referring to it in his, like, their first person is the way it come off, maybe. Like he was telling them that was what they were investigating for a while, basically, is what I'm saying. If I'm saying it right, I'm sorry. For how long has it been? And Kohberger said that there were probably several incidents, and then said he was aware of a homicide because of a WSU alert that he received. Gilbertson asked when Kohberger received the alert, and Kohberger said he wasn't sure, but thought that it was sometime the previous month. Gilbertson confirmed that was why they were there and asked if Kohberger wanted to talk about that. And Kohberger replied, well, I think I would need a lawyer. Kohberger then asked if he would explain to him what we were there for specifically, and added that he was tired. So basically, he was like, listen, I'm tired. I'm not playing into your game. Tell me what the hell we're doing. You got to love that one. Gilbertson again stated that we were here investigating the homicides of the 4 students, and that we had questions and things that we hoped Kohberger would help us understand. Kohberger sat back and said that he had the utmost respect for law enforcement, but stated that it was a constitutional right to speak to an attorney. Gilbertson affirmed this. Kohberger then re-engaged and said the only thing he heard from Moscow was an alert that came to his phone, and then Kohberger said that he wanted to talk to an attorney. Gilbertson said that he would stop now because Kohberger wanted to speak to an attorney, and Kohberger then asked where his parents were and where his dog was. Kohberger re-engaged again and asked what questions we would have for him, and Gilbertson then asked Kohberger again if he understood his rights and asked specifically what Kohberger wished. Kohberger asked what specifically we wanted to talk to him about and the reason. I told Kohberger that he invoked the Fifth Amendment rights and that we were not going to ask him any further questions. Kohberger asked again for the reason he was there, but added that he would like to talk to an attorney. And at this point, we concluded our interview with Kohberger and we left the room.
So when he's referring to this ongoing work at Pullman PD and WSU police,
Right.
it feels like he's involved with that work.
Well, that's what I said. The way he says, well, we've been investigating for how long? I think that it's the detective saying we, as in him and Payne. That Bryan referred to them. That's why he said we. That's how I took it, but I could be wrong.
Oh, I think you're addressing a different question that I didn't ask. Yeah, in reference to that.
I thought you meant that when he said, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you then, Eddie.
That's all right. Just scroll back to that portion of the text.
With what I just spoke on? Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, and the
hold on, let me get.
Well, they're talking about, they're discussing his classwork, so it's almost like he's saying, tying it in with like, I don't know if in their program they were.
That's kind of what I thought it were too. Yeah,
were in conjunction with those departments,
and it very well would make sense, you know. Let me find the damn thing again. I just read it.
It's right at the top of one of the pages.
It is.
Yeah.
For the page break.
There it is. Wait. Yeah, like right there, isn't it? Or is it?
Yeah, that was perfect.
Yeah, right there. Kohberger then stated he understood why we were engaged in SmartUp, but would appreciate it if we explained to him what he was doing there. Gilbertson asked Kohberger why he thought we were there. He said he wanted Gilbertson to tell him. Gilbertson said that we were there because of what occurred in Moscow, but did not provide any further detail.
See, right there, what's going on is the detective is like, do you, like, okay, Dago, you're sitting there, you just got arrested for this. So the detective asks you, do you have any idea why you're here? He's trying to force you to say it.
He's trying to get him to say
it. That looks worse for you.
Right.
Because otherwise, how else would you know, right? I mean, that's the conclusion is, see,
yeah,
he knew why he was arrested. That's the first thing he said. When I asked him, I wouldn't tell him, but he told me.
Like Lucy said, he's looking for guilt knowledge. And then he would have turned around and said, so you do know about it, you know, right.
Mm-hmm. And so what Kohberger replied is, so Gilbertson kind of clued him in, gave him a little hint, so to speak, and then asked Kohberger if he knew what he's talking about, and Kohberger says, of course. And then the detective says, well, elaborate on that. Well, it's the investigation that we had been investigating for how long? So we has got to be his WSU, class.
But
we've been investigating that for how long has it been? Oh, okay. Okay, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong there.
See, I took it as that where he says it.
The detective the police had been investigating for.
The detective was referring to him and Payne themselves.
Okay.
Right.
Yep. I think you're right. Now that
that's how I took that. Sorry.
Wow. It could be,
I just bet the audio paints a very different picture than what we're reading.
It very much probably does. But yeah, I mean, guys, we know that verbiage is like huge with these things. So I just thought it could go one of two ways. Either they're using it in their classes as a investigation point for classes. You know what I mean? But I thought that Gilbertson was referring to himself and Payne as he was explaining it that way. That's all.
It's one of those sentences where concise writing skills is really important because otherwise it could be interpreted two different ways.
100%. Yes,
The
sir.
sentence structure just lends itself to some confusion unless you get it right and be very specific.
And that's been a lot of the problems, Eddie, as you remember, with all the documents. Every time I read a document, I would go backwards, reread it again, because a lot of people would take it one way and it meant something else, and it caused a lot of confusion. That's why I try to make sure we understand anything we read through this. That way nobody can take it out of context and say, but you said.
But we know that precision was not the guiding principle in writing these documents. Narrative
Not at all. Yeah, they definitely were not very good at writing. That's no lie, bro.
But the goal was to establish a narrative, and the goal was not to precisely record what happened.
100%.
But yeah, that when you scrolled back, you almost caught it where he's talking about the WSU and Pullman police. The interesting police, ongoing project.
More about, then discussed ongoing projects with WSUPD and Kohberger then discussed ongoing projects with WSUPD and Pullman. Okay, right there.
Yeah, that's the question I asked you.
Okay, I misunderstood you then, but that's still, I'm glad you brought that up, because I was thinking, like I said in the beginning of the show, is that where Bryan was at and found something he shouldn't have found?
That's what I was driving at.
Yeah. Gotcha. One of these projects that he was working on, okay, with WSUPD and with Pullman PD, and fell into something he should not have, which in turn is where Bryan's name came from, in my opinion. He did an interview to work with WSU with Jenke, and would it be mentioned that, Bryan is the type of person, at least I'm gathering from this, that wants to impress. Okay, he's going to say, and he's going to show his intelligence and his knowledge level to somebody that is probably beneath him, in my opinion, but to prove the point that he would be an asset to that situation. In turn, if he fell into something and he was trying to say, hey, and this is just an example, folks, it's not a fact, I'm just so you know that. By the way, Chief, did you know that within the department there were, this is something I'm making up, folks, so don't take it as anything, please, that a few of your officers were involved in this, that, and everything else, and there were possible IA, or I'm sorry, let me rephrase it. By the way, Chief, it is interesting to me because I did see and find out that some of your officers were involved in IA investigations in regards to having possible sexual relationships with people they were arresting. And I can see, like, if it's a real situation, if that were, and Jenke will be like, oh shit, because maybe he was involved in it too. This is a problem. This could ruin us, blah, 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 so on and so forth. And that would be where Bryan's name could have came into the picture. In turn, they need to shut that down. Okay. That's where my thought process went with this, is to how Bryan.
Whoa! Did you say sexual relationships?
It's not a real situation, Randy. It was an example of a situation that could have put him into the situation that he was.
Hypothetical, Randy.
And I live in Kentucky, and in Kentucky, it's not hypothetical. We're dealing with it in a very real way.
That's what brought it to my mind, was Letcher County, right? Letcher County. But no, it's not a real situation, Randy. It was just all hypothetical as to try to find a motive as to why they would frame Bryan. Let me put it that way. You know what I mean by that? Can you still hear me? Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right.
He was a loser. Somebody played his game, knew exactly who to fake this murder into, and man, there's some serious brains.
That's true. And Joanne, I kind of did know a little bit about that's kind of why I used that specific situation. I did know and hear a little bit about some of that. So, I mean, it just made me wonder, while doing his research for some of his paperwork or some of his stuff, did he fall into that and go, oh shit,
And Pov's theory, that he dropped, I think yesterday, I'm curious to hear more about what he's got to say about that, but definitely points in that direction as well.
Mm-hmm.
And Dago,
Yeah.
my phone's getting real hot. I'm going to hop down and join chat, but
Okay,
thanks
bud.
for going over this. It's been really...
Oh, no. Absolutely. I appreciate you joining me, as always. And I'm sure hopefully you'll be able to join me again tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Take care of yourself.
Yeah, Randy and Docket, nice to meet you finally.
Yeah. First time for
Thanks,
Docket.
Eddie.
We'll see you guys soon.
Goodbye. All right, buddy. I'll see you. Well,
Yeah,
but yeah. Lucy says, I'm just saying that the state self-authentication listed early warning records, in my opinion. This is not a bank, nor is it the weather. It's LE own algorithm to ID potential problem officers. Right. Gotcha. But again, that was my reference as to a motive as to why they would go after him. That's all. And I believe it's very plausible that is how they became familiar with him. Let me put it that way. So anyway, let me get back to where we read all of that. We went up and we don't need any more of the Moscow document, correct? We proved that point and came to where we need to be with that. So I will remove that one and back to this stuff, guys. Okay. And now
wait, now I have a question there. Dago.
Okie doke. Hopefully I have an answer.
All right, so the one you're showing right now is something he wrote.
Yeah, these are papers he wrote.
But yet it looks like at the bottom, like he's being graded.
Yeah.
Like,
Absolutely, he is.
Okay. There, I see the 90%. Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure. And,
yeah, his professor looks like gives him, or maybe the other TA, or maybe I'm guessing because he's a TA, his professor gave these hints as to what he should do or could do to make it better. Right. And it says I don't focus on that for quizzes, and then he still got a 90, which I think that's like an A, if I remember, or maybe a high B. Again, he's very smart, and he's got great
scary smart,
great knowledge of this situation, and very great. From my guess of reading what I've read, he's got great research skills too. Okay. Did I read this one? There was one that I was trying to get mainly get to at some point, but there's a lot to read through these. I did read this already. Okay, let me go back down here then. I read that one too. And Kevin's story is an example of a more, let me blow it up a little bit more for you guys again if I can. Woof, there we go. Is an example of a more promising case outcome that is a black male who, through being given second chances, was able to rectify his past mistakes and escape the system through the completion of diversionary programs, only made possible by a reformist prosecutor. So I'm gonna guess that Bill Thompson is definitely not a reformist prosecutor in this aspect by any means. Let me read the last part of at least this one here, Mama. And when caught up with a gun possession charge, the 20-year-old man could have been charged harshly by prosecutors, but instead, the progressive prosecutor Eric Gonzalez allowed Kevin to complete a strict diversion program, the Youth and Congregations Partnership YCP, which would enable that his charges were dismissed, and eventually Kevin completed YCP and his charges were dismissed and his record sealed. With respect to the changes that reformist prosecutors can make, Bazelon 2010 indicates that prosecutors can end mass incarceration in several ways. Have a good night, Randy. Thank you for joining us. Firstly, prosecutors can make diversion the rule and focus on mental health
You're muted, doggo.
Sorry about that, guys. Is an example of this is Burlington, Vermont's Rapid Intervention Community Court. So, and it diverts low-level offenders with mental health and addiction, eventually ending in dismissal of charge if the program's completed. Sorry, guys, my dogs are flipping out in the background. So, I think we've been here 3:40. Yeah, there's a lot more, and I'm probably going to start this off earlier in the morning tomorrow and read through the rest of it. But this is interesting. I'll go down through and look real quick, but I will go back because I remember which one I just wrote down, which one I left off with. All right, hang. There seems to be quite a few like possible case files that he refers to in here. Let me get all these flipped around for tomorrow. I don't know why I didn't realize that the bottom bar I could move this thing all over the place and make it all work, but sorry about that, you guys. I'm just a dingbat when it comes to computer. I'm sure everybody's sitting there going, Jesus Christ, Dago, you've been doing this 4 years and you can't figure out how to run a damn computer yet. I'm just saying, and I feel it. I get it.
This is just a lot to wrap your brain around right now. I mean, I'm having trouble processing all this. I watched Bob's video earlier, and then, I mean, I don't know. It almost pushes me to the edge of like believability. Like it's so exactly what he.
I'm gonna watch that when I get out of here tonight, and then when I come in the morning, I'll have more of an understanding of what his thoughts and then this are, and then we can take that and use it with our own thought process. You know what I mean? And do that. That's kind of my thought with this. I've done that before, and it's a little easier. But I did want to read this that way everybody hears those. But there's a lot. And it's interesting that when they went through his apartment, that they took pictures of all of this too. You wouldn't typically think that unless they were looking for a manifesto, sure. But that's not what they found. They found
and I wondered, is this all they found? Because or is this the selective part that they pointed out, or was there more? Or
yeah, you're in my head there, bro, because I was thinking the same thing, because we know that they have very selectively showed us certain things in the past. Anyway,
and every bit that they showed us is extremely applicable to his case.
Yes.
So
absolutely.
Pick it out or not?
I'm gonna go with on that one. And whatever that was is blacked out completely. Okay, so this is his storage closet. That these apartments in the basement, they have like these little storage areas for all their stuff. They blacked out, left different things here and there, probably his name and address and stuff. But that's all this is here. So we will, I think we'll go back to that tomorrow, and we'll finish up with that stuff. And finish up with these photos as well. I'm just saying, ISP supposed 201 is not about Farley arrest of 23. No, I know, Lucy. I know. I learned yesterday, dear. I promise you, I know. In Washington, resulted in an extradition to Latah County, not Kootenai, and Farley has no record of having a single case in Kootenai ever. Very good point, and that's something that's important to know. Yeah, all this in the books, yes, Cat Lady, 100%. What are your thoughts as of right now, Docket, with everything thus far with this? If I can ask you,
with what we're seeing from his apartment?
Yeah. If you have any at all, I mean,
I don't know. Like I jumped on earlier. I was kind of delayed when you started the program tonight, but
right,
we're talking about psyops, and I don't even know exactly what a psyop is, but like watching Pav's video and then jumping on and hearing you guys talking about that, like it feels like a psyop. What I would think a psyop, like to see those book titles, like it's almost stretches credulity or whatever Like it's like, is this even believable at this point?
That which is why I wrote the title like I did, because the title is not believable. Did Bryan see into the future and write his own story? I'll be damned if it sure as hell don't look that way. But as far as the psyop side goes, absolutely.
But then I don't even know what it means, or like a lot of it you can kind of tell what their agenda is. I don't even know what the agenda would be to point this stuff out and to make this look this way. Like I don't even understand what they're doing.
Dude, it's almost like a Jason Bourne movie or some shit. You know what I mean? It's crazy. It really is crazy. It's I say this all the time, and I refer back to this all the time. One of my mods, we lost her a few months back. Wisdom Speaks. She was around from the beginning with me. And the first 2-3 days of this case, she worked in the court systems for years, like 40 plus years. And then she looked at all the documents and stuff that we went through. She was like, Dago, and she said this in the very beginning. She goes, to me, and she was an older lady, you know, she had spent her time. She was very wise. Wisdom Speaks, and she was, you know, just very smart. And she said, thank you guys for the purple hearts. She said that this is nothing like any case you'll ever see or ever have seen, and it's not what it looks like it is. It's completely inside out from what you think that this is. And, you know, in the beginning, a lot of you guys that were here with me, I'm like, PSYOP, come on, you know, it's black ops type weird, governmental weird shit. No. And I'm telling you, dude, at this point, I'm not in denial at that aspect anymore with what we're seeing. It makes no sense. It's crazy.
And what I do know is at this point in things, they're very aware that we're all out here and we're watching everything that gets released, and everything is being released for a reason. I don't know what all those reasons are, but we're not seeing the things we need to see. I know that.
No, they're giving it to us in their form and molding it to what they want us to understand it as, in my opinion, truly, without a doubt. You know, if they gave it to us in real form, let me phrase it that way. Granted, we would understand it and probably figure it out, and that's why we're not getting it in real form.
And the question is, will we ever get it in real form?
Probably not. Now, could we possibly maybe figure some of it out? Sure. I think we have to some extent. Will we ever figure the whole thing out? Probably never. Until somebody comes forth and says, here's what happened, and this is why. I don't think that will ever happen, because if that were to happen, it would completely dissolve everything. And that can't happen. We know that already. You know, in this, I hate to sound like, I feel like I'm talking about an episode of X-Files here, but that's what it's coming off as in some senses, okay? You know, and when I'm about to say this, it matches up. Like, unless a whistleblower comes forth and says, yo, this is what really was going on. This is why. And I think that refers back to Cy Ray's statement. And with Cy Ray's, I've said this more than once. Allow me to sound like an intelligence agency. Let me collect it all. I'll figure out what applies, where, when, how, and I love you, Lucy. That's great.
I just want to go on record saying that I love the CIA. I think they are wonderful. I think they have our backs. They would never do anything to hurt us. I love the CIA. I'm on record saying that.
I agree with you. Me too. Yes. We'll talk after.
Big fan.
Yes, me too. But what the hell was I going to say now? That was great. Yes, Lucy, thank you. It takes a high IQ and or common sense to ask these questions. And integrity. Some of the guilters have the same questions, but they're too worried about how the families feel or what people may think. It's not, if you're right, but there's more to it than that. They're afraid that if they buck the system, then they're a bad person. That's another thing I've heard people say too. This is our system. It was created for us, by us. Okay. We have every right to question, consult, look into and flip this system upside. We built this for ourselves. Stepping back and letting somebody else put their hands into it and do what they want to it and play with, that's not the way this is supposed to be. That's not what America is based on. That's not what the Constitution was written for. And that's what my biggest issue with this whole thing is like I've said more than once again, the Constitution has been used as toilet paper in this case, basically. They've completely gone sideways with it, ignored it, and played it as a joke. It's insane to me. I just don't understand what. Well, no, let me go back. There's my ADHD again. Styray. That's what I was talking about. Sorry. 30 plus years experience. The man created the what they used to get to the point that they did, and for a judge to come forth and say he's a conspiracy theorist, that made me immediately look at that judge sideways. Like, what did you just do? You just put yourself down there at that prosecution table, right, by saying that, and completely pulled yourself out of the realm of being trustworthy, in my opinion. Okay. And should have never made that statement. And then he went and with the whole alternate suspect situation, when he made the statement about, well, it doesn't pertain to it because it doesn't include the launcher or whatever the hell he said. Are you kidding me? That was where the PSYOP part came in for me. They randomly picked these judges for whatever, this, so on and so forth. I do not believe that happened. And if they did do that, once they did, I feel like they handed him a script and said, this is what you're supposed to go by, Hitler, and nothing more, nothing less. I know that sounds insane, you guys, and I don't want to believe that that's something that's true. But
he was well past his role of gatekeeping. He was arguing the facts and then the case as a prosecutor would.
Yeah,
I mean, it was just so blatant, and he kind of hid it at first a little bit, not really, but by the end, he wasn't even trying to hide it. I mean,
no. Well, I think I'm glad you said that too, because when he came forward and he's like, well, we want everything unsealed. We want to be completely transparent. We want this, we want that, and everything. That was his attempt at getting the trust of the people. And then he blew it. Like you said, he completely blew it. That man and everybody else involved in this, nope. There's no way.
I wonder if he saw these kind of things, like if they showed him these papers and stuff, because obviously as a judge, and he's obviously a very pro death penalty judge, and he is part of that system, like he would not have taken that information about Bryan KOHBERER and processed it anything other than he's the enemy.
And that's the thing, is they may have handed this to him, but do you think he really went through all that and looked at all that in that period of time?
I have no idea.
I mean, I would like to think as a judge, that's your job. You should. I feel like what I saw was that he just took whatever the prosecution threw at him and took it as God's word and moved forward. That was it. And that's not how this works. Okay. That's what I think happened, is that, yes, Your Honor, this is this and that. Just take my word on it.
But at the sentencing, the remarks he made about Bryan KOHBERER showed his hatred for him, and that didn't come about that day. God, no. He hated him.
The day that I realized that he did not have, that he was probably, well, not fully realized, but was on that track, was when I first saw him doing this, and he sat up and said, I could lie to you and tell you that I want this case, or I could tell you that I want to be here with this case, but I'd be lying to you. That was number one. Every time he was there, he was doing this. Like, he already had his mind made up. Okay. This is a waste of his time. No matter what we talk about, the guy did it. And yes, you're right. There was not just a dislike. The man hated him. Okay. Period.
And that was so disrespectful to the attorneys, really on both sides, for him to present himself in that manner. I mean, that was just so disrespectful. That is not
a leader. That is not what a judge should present or represent. All of his statements were just disgusting in that aspect. Gross, for lack of better terms. There's the shower curtain he took down, because God forbid he gets rid of a shower curtain to buy a new one when he comes back. because we do that all the time. Just saying. Yeah, Judge Hippler, I thought for a moment, a very short moment, maybe because in the beginning he seemed like he was going to be fair, like you said. No, I think that this portrays absolute judicial misconduct, and that should be applied to this. And that should be, as I read the list of options that Bryan has and reasons why he can file an appeal, judicial misconduct was the second to last one. Prosecutorial misconduct was in there. The violation of 16th Amendment, all of that shit happened to him. Okay. So he has that whole list covers every right that he has to appeal this. When he made the statement about would it matter at this point, would you believe anything that came out of his mouth or think that not understand that it's nothing but a blatant lie? I was like, what did you just say? That man should be disbarred for that reason right there and taken off the bench, in my opinion. Not disbarred, but you know what I mean. Judges don't.
One of the things the prosecutor said, they were talking about this deal and not making him give any information and stuff like you're saying. They kept saying that anything he said would be self-serving. Well, that's kind of the nature of a deal. Like both sides, it's self-serving to both sides. Like otherwise, you don't get a deal. Like you have to offer something. And I just kept going back to that and thinking, like, well, what kind of deals do you normally make that aren't some? Of course, you can be self-serving.
100%. Yeah, that was that whole thing. The last 3-4 hearings was disgusting to me to the very end. It was just a joke. And I truly feel at this point, and everybody, you're a conspiracy theorist. No, I'm not. I feel like that thing was scripted and written out from that point forward at that point, and everything changed. And I almost wonder that, if Anne started to see that and go, what the hell's going on here? And knew that she was done, okay? And knew that she wasn't going any further. That's truly my thought on that, guys, because we saw it. If we saw it, why would she not see it? Okay?
And if believing that people in power and people with money will do things to protect themselves and their own and enrich themselves makes me a conspiracy theorist, sign me up. Because I see it everywhere at every level.
They do it every day, folks. You want to believe his plea, you don't want to believe him if he had to allocute what? You can't have your cake and eat it too, right? Thank you. That was just an excuse as to why him and Bill put out there an excuse. And Bill put it out there and he supported it. That's another mistake he made by doing that as to why they did not make him allocute. When in all reality, I believe that they didn't because they know that Bryan couldn't because he wasn't. I think they know the truth, you guys. Honest to God, I do. I think they know that he had nothing to do with this, as they've kind of claimed now at this point. Without saying it, they have said it, you guys. If you listen to their interviews, without saying clearly that, this is the guy or this isn't the guy, they've said it in their own way. They broke down their own case, in my opinion. And they know that, well, why didn't he have to allocute? In my opinion, because he can't, because he wasn't there. He can't give you those answers. And I think Thompson knows that. I think Hippler knows that. And I think everybody else in that courtroom knew that, except for, of course, anybody that is within the courts, I'm saying.
Yeah. If they have half a brain, they know that. I mean, they have more access to the information than we do. And it's as clear as day.
Yes.
And that just highlights the level of evil we're dealing with here.
Yeah, and that's a good word for it too, dude. It's evil as evil can be. It's not just misconduct or misdirection. This is evil, folks. You are purposely, irresponsibly, and knowingly taking a man's life away from him, knowing that he had nothing to do with the crime that was committed.
And just to be able to see his mom and dad and be okay with that, like to know what is happening in their hearts as their son is going through this, and they're standing helplessly, unable to do anything. Like, and for the prosecutor and the judge to just let that happen is sickening.
Yep, and it's funny because Bill Thompson does not agree with nor believe in the death penalty. That's funny to me. That's a joke. That is an absolute joke. Yeah, these people are the dirtiest of the dirt that you can find on the bottom of your shoes, folks. They truly are. And it's really disgusting and disgraceful to me. And like I said, to me, there are a whole different set of circumstances, but it's just like Letcher County. Truly, just like Letcher County. They own and run everything, period. And no matter what you say or do, if you don't fit into that box, you don't fit into that box. That's all there is to it. It's really scary, guys. Really scary. And I feel I wouldn't step a toe into Idaho at this point. Not at all. Jesus Christ, I'd be petrified to get a speeding ticket there. That's not a joke. And I know people, one of my moderators, my videographer, she lives there. Tomboy came from there, and it's bad. It's all caca, and it has been for a long time. And then again, all these people that are out here saying he knew what he did. He took all of his stuff and he moved out and he's never coming back. Are you kidding me? Look at all this shit. He left everything there. I mean, he probably didn't have much to begin with. Bryan doesn't seem like a real materialistic guy. You know, he had what he needed and that's it. And there's pictures.
I mean, he was there as a student. He wasn't there to set up home.
Exactly. This was not going to be forever life, you know?
Yeah.
But you don't leave furniture and a TV and just none of that. You don't do that. Yeah, Debbie, that's a good way to put it. That is the portal to hell if you want to think about it. Wow. Yeah, every bit of that stuff is I don't think these apartments are furnished apartments. I think you have to bring your own stuff with you or get your own stuff or whatever. So
I think there's no doubt he was coming back.
I mean, you can see
there's zero evidence to the contrary of that.
He left personal items such as like cards and birthday cards and stuff. That's a personal thing. You don't just leave that if you don't plan on ever being here again.
But again, the narrative worked better with the idea that he was not coming back.
Of course. Yeah, just like the I put it on there on purpose, my thumbnail, the thumbs up photograph, the narrative, because he did it. That says he did it and that's what's funny about this whole thing. And I'm sure you've seen that too, Docket, but the all the narratives that they put out there to run this all the way to the very end until they got him convicted. They've now backpedaled on almost everything. Now the questions that were asked to the lead detectives, about the thumbs up thing. Oh, he's got 150 other ones. That's what he does. But right before that, you all said that's proof that he did it. Interesting. The cleaning is bleached. The car was bleached. They let all that ride until now they're denying it. The fact that Brett Payne figured out that the car driving in circles the whole time is one of their own. That blows me away. You didn't say one word about that until after he was convicted. That alone, if the DOJ were to look at this alone, I can't see how that they would not throw this out. I don't get it.
Yeah, at the beginning, Eddie was talking about, for the people out there who see all of these red flags and still think he's guilty. I think that I'm in the category that even if I thought there was a chance he was guilty, at this point, seeing these police officers and the way they've done this investigation, I would not be in favor of convicting him even if he was guilty, because the system is supposed to work in such a way that we have to be proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And part of that burden that we give authority to police officers. We give them the authority to lock us up, to take away our freedom. And there's the responsibility that comes with that. And these guys have made a mockery of that. I mean, you watch Gilbertson. I mean, this whole fake walkthrough of timing himself. I mean, that is the biggest farce I've ever seen. Like, anybody who can hear that and take that seriously, that's just mind blowing.
It's such a joke. I mean, it's like, and I think you were in here when I was arguing that point as I was reading that report. You don't even take into account the struggle. None of that. that should have all mattered, in my opinion. In any other investigation, it does. So we counted. They didn't even do it. The actions of it. They counted it out and moved forward. It's insane to me.
I mean, he has to be a ninja. That's the only way.
Beyond a ninja, yes, 100%. These Jesus Christ, you guys, I just don't know how we've gotten to this point. I don't know why. And I would I'll refer back to Cy every time. I want to know what the much bigger issue is. I think the world deserves to know this. Eddie says that we never will. I think if enough, I'm not going to stop talking about this until I find some substance of some truth whatsoever. It'll never go away from my mind. And I there's got to be. That's what I've been like really thinking about a lot for the past month. There has to be somebody out there, somebody, maybe more than one person, but at least one that has enough morality left in them, or enough, not as much fear, maybe, to be able to step forward on this and say, this is not what this is. Here's the truth.
I was thinking about with the Richard Allen trial, I think because it got to the trial, level, there was enough visibility, the attorneys and stuff in Indiana, and some pretty high-powered appellate attorneys have taken that on because they saw the injustice. And I worry that not getting to trial in Idaho, how many attorneys that would have followed it for the legal side of things as that played out, now have just moved on to the next thing and won't. And I worried about that.
I agree with you, because somebody came in here too. Nothing half-assed. I see you there. Welcome. I want. Oh, shit, I just lost my thought. I hate when that happens. God, I love ADHD. Yeah. Look, he even left his computer. I forgot about the computer tower. Yeah. There's no way in hell that kid was leaving all that shit there and not coming back. Come on, you guys. That's not cheap either. I can't remember what the hell I was going to say now. It was in relation to the Delphi thing. Yeah. That's what it was. Is I got, we're hearsay. A lot of people coming in here. More than one has actually said it, that I guess that appellate attorneys don't even want to touch this at this point, which I don't blame anybody for not wanting to touch this. And that's the sad thing. Nobody wants to step into this mess. Okay. Because, once you step into this, you're dirtied up. And how do you get out of that? That's the problem. And it's probably, I got to think, it's possible. It's dangerous in some aspects, obviously. You know what I mean?
Well, hopefully Anne, whatever her role is at this point, she's helping in all those aspects. You've got to just hope. I mean, and her and Eliza both, like, they just seem to be so genuinely caring and concerned about him that they're not going to let that ball drop.
Definitely, especially like visually, Eliza was very. I mean, you don't see that.
Shell shocked during the one hearing where I guess the change of plea hearing.
So did Bicca Barlow.
Yeah.
Those two really, really. I think Anne knows how to hold her face, but those two, they were distraught, in my opinion. You could see it. Yeah. And like I said, the attention when Twiz went to the hearings, he saw like visual, like her fixing Bryan's collar and like motherly type actions happening here. If you think this kid did this, you're not going to touch him. And there was no distance. Like I've seen in other trials, when somebody's not comfortable in a situation, they put a distance between you and them. They were right there together, all of them, the whole time. They talked a lot. There was a lot of interaction that you would not expect somebody to see that thought that their client killed 4 people. Sorry, it just doesn't. It didn't fit. We can see people, we know people, we read people. You can tell, in my opinion. So,
and if they truly believe he didn't do this, and they have a heart, they're like any normal person would be concerned and care about him and want to fight for him. And so it makes sense that that's their position. Like,
Yeah.
That seems logical to me. That's how I feel towards him. And I haven't even met the guy. I've never like my heart goes out to him in this situation, to his family. I want to help him.
Absolutely, 100. I'm right there with you. And statement. And I think you got to read it and listen to what she says when she says it. When she made that statement, yeah, that's an expensive computer too. She said that they would not be making any public statements, that they were going to continue to their due diligence and supporting their client. So that I took it, and I'm hoping that I'm right, as that behind the scenes until he files an appeal, if he does, that they're still working with him, to do what they got to do. At some point,
I didn't expect anything to come out publicly from them. I mean, I think at this point, for a lot of reasons, it doesn't make sense for them to go public with anything.
No, not at all, because it doesn't make sense. Like I said, I expected the victory dance that the prosecution did, even though they did nothing. He's got the same card I got in mine. But yeah, the prosecutorial victory dance. Well, we did this and you didn't do anything. They did nothing. You guys understand that the prosecution did not prosecute this case. They did not convict Bryan. Bryan convicted himself, period. That's it right there, by his own reasoning, for whatever reason it is. That's what he did. They did no work, and that's what Bill is known for. He doesn't have to work. He'll run it till he has to run it, and then here's your deal. I'm out. Have a good day. That's what he does every time.
And Eddie, I do think that Anna's trustworthy. I mean, I never saw anything, and as I've gone back through things, I think I've said this before. You can't watch her in all those different hearings and not see that she is fighting. She is fighting for him in so many ways, and I don't think you could convince me otherwise at this point. I do have questions for her. I do have a lot of questions about why things have gone the way they have, but I have to trust her. She knows a lot more than we do. So
Agreed. We don't know.
I do trust her at this point, but.
And as do I. We don't know what they were truly dealing with in the background. We know what we saw, that they were not getting any kind of help whatsoever, that he was not going to give them anything. We realized that probably right there towards the end. Well, when he denied the alternate suspect situation without even blinking, and denied the continuance without even, I knew we were kind of done at some aspect. I didn't expect a plea, but I figured, okay, this is going to be war, period. And she's going to have to fight tooth and nail, which she did the whole time, even when she was in Latah County, because Triple J was more laid back. Yeah. But he still wasn't giving her per se exactly what she needed. He was giving her little things but I had a feeling that, like I said, at this point, I have a feeling that was all strategized all the way down. They knew that they were going to ask for a change of venue. They knew that. We all knew that. Okay. And it came when it came. And, of course, the prosecution has to fight that. But I think they knew that in all reality, the prosecution wanted to change of venue because they knew it was going to go that direction. From the start to finish, I think every bit of this at this point now was all part of the plan.
Yep.
Truly.
I mean, I don't know how at this point you could see it as anything other than a plan that was put together and has been enacted methodically, step by step throughout this whole thing, and it's still being executed.
And Eddie called this 100% what we just said 2.5 years ago, almost probably about a month into this. Once we got through the PCA and he saw everything, and he said, Dago, this is never going to go to trial. And he goes, it's not supposed to. This is all part of a script and this and that, boom, and here we are. And I didn't argue with Eddie. I never have, but I doubted it. And I said, well, I got to see a little bit more here, and I got to understand. And I've apologized already. You were right. I should have listened to you then. It took me a while to get here, but I'm here, and I do see it. And like he said this earlier today, or early at the beginning, if you don't see that at this point now, I don't think you ever will. And that's truly because you don't want to. But you got to open your eyes. You got to look at this for what it is, what it has become. And what it has become is what it has always been, if that makes any sense. Okay. It's insane. And I feel like everybody that has said he's not going to appeal, this is not going to go. The whole plan is for this to just shut down, for Bryan to stay where he's at, and everybody to shut up about it. And that's what they want. Everybody to shut up and go away. Let it be. Bryan's going to rot away or be taken out in prison, and it's over. And I said that before.
Because he pled guilty. So why are we still having these conversations?
Even oh Jesus, were you here when we covered the hearing, the protection order hearing, where the Moscow attorney that was defending the laws in Moscow, the Laramie?
No, I wasn't here. Like I wasn't like part of the discussion or whatever. But
you saw the hearing though.
Pieces of it. Yes.
Oh my God, that guy! If you tell me that guy is not working with them too, I'm gonna tell you I'm sorry. I have respect out of the ass for you, but you're a liar because he definitely is with what he said. They don't need those. We don't support this, Your Honor. We don't understand. He's in jail. He pled guilty. What else do you need?
Yeah, that was completely out of line, irrelevant, and had nothing to do with what he needed to say. But it was just I pushed their narrative. I'm telling you,
and that's what it was. It's more, and more. That had nothing to do with why he was there. You're right. He was there to defend the statute and the laws of the city of Moscow. Had nothing to do with this, but he had to throw that in there. Like I said, if he would have said anything different, I felt like Thompson would have popped up like a Muppet and said, "What'd you say? What'd you say? You're fired. Bye." And he knows that everything goes through Bill Thompson. He's the final say. He's the beginning and the end, folks. That's it. It's just unreal.
And he's evil.
Oh my God. Nothing. Pure evil, folks. And a lot of people have been saying that, Tonka, and I've even said that myself, that I don't know that he will. I don't know that he will. I feel sad saying that, but it's true. Ashley Jennings argued Dillon's statements as if the defense was saying the crime never occurred. No shit, Ashley. Investigators found the deceased, but Ann is arguing the bushy right. Did not see the figure, but she still didn't follow the statute. Guys, I'm telling you now, as much as I love true crime and I would cover any case that you could throw in front of me for the most part, I hope to God, if and when we ever get through this, I don't ever want to see a case like this again, ever in my life, ever. I don't think I could handle another one like this, truly. I don't understand. And the saddest thing is I would never have imagined until I got into this case that, I mean, I knew that there was corruption within law enforcement and government and different things. We knew, okay? We knew. To this extent, though, I would have never imagined. I'm sorry, but I never. I don't know.
And here we are, almost 3 years in, and still getting crazier on a regular basis. I mean, we get information that pushes us beyond where we thought was possible pretty much every day.
Almost every day, yeah. If not every other. You're right. I really want to know how so much Borg do I need to wake up tomorrow with. I think it would be nice if we could just forget this, Heather. I agree with you on that one. Borg. You gotta love that. I feel at this point that Dylan was not even drunk. Truly, I don't think she was. More than one person has stated they were surprised to hear that. She stated that she wasn't gonna drink, and then she was over it and all that. I don't think she was. I don't think she drank at all.
I mean, I don't think we have any idea of what was really going on.
Agreed. Oh, did they pull the light down looking for a weapon? Jesus.
That's right, Lucy. I love the CIA. They got our backs. I'm telling you, all the three-letter agencies do, but
they are here for us.
CIA.
That's right. They're here for us.
Thank goodness.
God bless them. Every one of them.
But I'm gonna have to jump down here. I'm gonna
shut it down. Right. I'll be in there in the morning or early afternoon to get back to this and go back to where we were. But I appreciate you joining me, dude. I really do.
I love it. I mean, it's amazing to get to be up here. I remember probably a year or two ago listening to you covering this case and never dreaming that I'd be on here. But love being able to get on here and talk with you guys.
I respect your work, how you do it, and why you do it, as very much so. And I'm grateful to have you up here. And you're always welcome anytime. I hope this isn't the first and the last time. I'd love to have you back every and any time you want.
Just matter of when I can catch it, when the kids are in bed or tied up with something, and I can get away.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And keep up the great work, sir. I think we all appreciate you very much.
All right. Thank you, Dago.
All right. Take care, brother. Again, Eddie, Docket. I know, didn't we have somebody else up here too for a minute? Oh, Kent. Thank you guys so much for your input tonight, your thoughts, your feelings. Guys, I say it every day, 52 times a day. This is insane. This is crazy. This is wild. I can't believe this. It is, but it just never gets it never goes away. So we will finish up and look through the rest of this stuff tomorrow, because there's a lot more to this, guys. And the things that he writes and has said, it's just, I don't understand. It's so crazy to me. The words psyop, I would never be comfortable saying in any other situation. And I'm not really comfortable saying it here. But I can absolutely tell you that this looks like nothing less than a psyop at this point. Yes, bombshell, 100%, dear. But just so you know, I'm sorry. Yeah, thanks again, Docket. Eddie, as always, I really appreciate you guys. And Kent, your input was those are really interesting thoughts today, and I appreciate it. She stayed sober because she had a job to do. And I'm not going to argue with that at all, truth, because that's truly about where I'm at with it now. At this point, I would be excited about that, Gene. I really would. And if you can do it for other situations, you really need to look at this one, sir. This is the one I think you need to look at the most. Honestly. There's Cassie. Well, you got great timing, Cassie. You're always coming at the very end. All right, guys. So more, like you just said, more and more and more craziness. It doesn't ever get any better. And it just keeps on rolling down that hill of shit. It's one big shit snowball, folks. That's what I see. I appreciate you guys being here. Like I said, guys, late morning, early afternoon, I'm going to be back, and we're going to get deep into this to finish this up. I hope you guys will be here. I hope you have an amazing rest of your night and you get some sleep. You need it. You need to rest that brain, because it's a lot. There is a checklist for ID of PSYOP on Chase Hughes' channel. We'll have to look that up. Remind me tomorrow, nothing, and I will pull it up and look at that. Well, thank you, Bombshell. I really appreciate that. It means a lot to me. I hope you guys did get something out of this, and hopefully tomorrow we will too. Like I said, guys, I'm not going to let go of this. I can't let go of this. Even if Bryan were to stay in prison, it is what it is. This can't be let go. And then you show me some truth, and we'll stop talking about it. Until then, expect this to be a regular conversation that we have. You guys are amazing. I adore each and every one of you so very much. I appreciate you all so very much for being here, for supporting myself, the channel, and the rest of my team. And all the other creators that you guys support out there, that we all kind of work together, if you haven't noticed, and support each other in that aspect. Please keep doing it. We all appreciate you very much. More than you know. It means a lot. And that's the only way we're going to get anywhere with this, guys, is if we all stick together and work through this together and make something happen here and let our voices be heard. And if nothing else, be the voices for the victims who are voiceless. They're not getting justice by any means right now. And if this continues this way, they won't get justice at all. And that is unacceptable to me and their families. They deserve that. Thank you so much, Anna P. God bless. I appreciate that so much. And I appreciate you being here as well. I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your night, guys. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Please don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. And you know what? I'll see you real soon. Good night, y'all. God bless.
Blood on the menu, coffee served blacker than a night raid. Knives out, silverware sharper than a switchblade. Cops on the block, sniffing scents like a bloodhound. Chalk lines drawn where dreams get gunned down.
Orders come quick, whispers in the steam rising. Crooked deals, blue truth drowning, no compromise. In this cafe and quaint, it's a scene out of nightmares. Mugs clink, but the sound's laced with despair. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time. Menacing the code, specials written in blood. Today's dish, betrayal, serve with a grudge. Dago in the back, flipping pancakes with a saw. Bullet holes in the walls, paint a mural that's dark. Customers in shadows, faces blurred like a dream. Conversations and whispers, plotting schemes unseen. This ain't your local diner, this is Hell's Canteen, where your last meal's a latte and regrets the cream. True crime cafe where secrets spill like cream. Every sip a confession, every cup a scream. Tables hold stories soaked in guilt and grime. Dago serves the brew, murders keep the time.